好的周末，美好的周末。嘿耶！我要来继续破剧情。冷冷的天气，冷冷的天气。在这边。哒哒哒哒哒哒哒，滴滴滴滴滴滴。早安啊，克莱，早安。我才刚睡醒2个小时，我才刚睡醒2个小时，然后又再吃完了我的早餐，太夸张了！周末实在太好睡了，而且今天天气真的太好睡了吧？今天莫名好冷哦。安安啊，番茄，下午好。巴拉巴巴巴。今天外面大概才12度左右吧，下雨又冷，冷冷的天，真是个美好的周末。哎呦，我们今天要来把那个第5章剧情完食。有抽到3期吗？有啊，我4抽就中3期了。我累积了，我那时候累积了多少啊？7000多的雨滴，然后跟11只兔子，然后想说这样应该够本，可以去好好抽，把3期抽出来吧。因为大坡姐姐没有抽到，想说一定要抽到3期，然后结果呢，我第4只兔子就中3期了，超开心的！你小宝才出，真假的？这档是小宝，不是大宝嘛？是不是？我记得人生赏也是小宝的时候出，至少小宝出嘛。你不是大宝的时候才出，还是省了不少雨滴跟兔子呀。你看，你看
You're back. Of course you are.
心情太好了哦！一扫原神一直抽不到的怨气。原神怎么样都抽不到哦，原神真太难抽了。至少重返未来没有放弃我，而且我也是就是单抽，我没有去那个实抽。话说人工梦游新的1轮就开始了耶，好像也要解人工梦游，希望能抽到6，我也希望。所以我现在就是，反正已经抽到3期了，现在的那个雨滴跟兔子就可以留着。我昨天不是月初吗？然后我就很兴奋的去换了那个可以换的那个10只兔子，立刻全部换掉。想说等那个6出来了之后，就可以尽情的去抽了。1.7 版本就可以用好友的角色，真假的？1.7 吗？可是现在才1.4哎，1.7是不是还要等？还要等多少？还要等4个月、6个月？
Time waits for no one, even for a great.
它每一次一个版本好像也差不多是2个月，对不对？2个月出一个版本，5、6月吧，说还要好久哦。大家请好好把你们的角色练起来，来帮助我。好友终于有用了吗？天啊，太棒了吧！这样应该要叫那个吉良再回来玩，这样我才可以用他那个已经高速的角色们。啊，但可是我角色都没有很强哎，这样感觉我好弱哦，怎么办？第2君安安啊，下午好，下午好。所以他1.7的版本的好友是不是跟之前的那种 RPG 游戏一样，就是我可以选择带一个好友的角色上场，然后其他只就一样是我的角色啊？应该是这样吧？ 他应该不太可能本尊加其他3只或2只都是好友的角色吧？不会做到这样吧？做到这样，那他应该很快就可以破关嘞，可能就没有什么，没什么，大家可能会离开特别快。应该是我去看看，好，你去看看。因为如果其他只都用好友角色，那他很快就可以破关嘞。我觉得大家可能会觉得不是这么的有趣了，就没有什么挑战难度的问题了。我们今天的目标是要把那个第5章的剧情看完，然后看完之后看几点，然后再决定要继续玩其他的那个活动剧情活动，还是这个21章应该不会很久。不过只能在 UTTU 哦 ，UTTU 哦，拜托超需要的，只能在 UTTU 我也可以接受 ，UTTU 可以 ，UTTU 太难了，拜托。的确好像其他不太需要其他那个什么人工梦境啊那些其实不太需要友军角色。主线也不需要友军角色，活动真的就只有 UTTU 特难呢，哇！然后是主页的3个角色，主页，你说这个吗？是这个没错吧
？My immortality allows me to be well informed.
应该是这个吧。头像哦，嗨安安呐，晚上好，安安。哦，这3个角色哦，那好像的确，到时候1.7之前先换一下好了。哦，可以耶。这样子终于可以无痛去打那个 UTTU 了。UTTU 我上一次就没有打完，我错过了那个时间，然后我就没有打完。没打完就算了，它中间很难呢，超难的，过不了哎。活动代币可以用体力换，不用再去打关了，真假的？用体力换？不用再去打关哦，也是哎，因为活动关卡你用体力去打，也顶多就是换活动代币，也不会获得其他的东西，也不会获得其他的素材。等一下，他的这个改的方式还真是粗暴哎，简单又粗暴，就直接让你那个体力去换。他好歹也在那个活动的关卡里面可以塞一些小素材吧。他至少可以塞一些小素材吧，比如说可以调什么围城啊，或者是钱币啊，一定要这么的简单又粗暴的方式就直接去换。点唱机奖励提升到70，真假的？哦，太好了，70哦，那这样可以玩长一点了耶。可是现在就已经是70啦。这个应该是已经先改了吧？这个先改了，70的这个已经改了。等一下，你去看一下。我想说这个已经有啦。70。今天安安啊，下午好，下午好。你今天也要工作吗？你看的是陆版的讯息，可是陆版的应该会是最正确的耶，因为其实台版跟日版都是 follow 着陆版的那个前面已经改版的东西，然后再上去的。陆版应该是最正确的耶，可能是先加了吧？哦，有可能呢。 这倒是有可能，因为每个地区的那个玩家的进度都不太一样。但是我对于那个好友可以加入 UTTU 那个十分的有兴趣，我的 UTTU 总算可以打完了，不然那个每一次大家在打的时候啊，然后都要很努力的，不是都要先去打那个卡片，然后再去研究。我觉得有了好友之后，大家应该不会这么痛苦了，因为那个有时候。我觉得他已经到最后，到现在的这个版本，我觉得他是有点难以拿捏，就是大家现在那个 UTTU 的关卡他要设多难，可是你又会有一些新玩家加入，我设太难啊，他又打不过哦，我设太简单，这种像我们这种已经洞悉3可能就已经要往上满的，就会觉得哦太简单。我觉得他应该蛮纠结的，因为他应该是想要把好友加进去了之后。然后让新手你再加入打这些关卡，也不用太痛苦。主线你其实自己升一升角色，你就可以打上去。但 UTTU 你真的是没有把角色好好升上去，又没有刷到好卡片，你就只能含泪跟这一次活动说拜拜。我觉得他这个改动不错哎，好期待哦，好期待他到底就是会有多少人会回来继续玩这个东西？不然重返未来最近真的是好少人玩哦，好可惜啊！主线打到哪里了？我主线现在打到第8章完，今天要第9章。因为周4我实在太累了，因为我周三那个时候太忙，晚上要看书，只睡2个小时，然后周4就开台就已经恍神到不行了。我觉得这样不行，我觉得这样太对不起我想要一直等待的第5章剧情，然后所以我就打到第8章，然后我就先去休息。所以今天要把那个主线剧情看完。主线剧情看完之后，因为我一直有看到这个好像是接续着5之9关卡之后的一些剧情所以我就一直没有去玩。应该玩完主线剧情，我想要玩一下那个。莎莉的记忆，这应该是支线剧情的故事。我想要玩一下这个。哦，这个我也还没有玩，那个 The Third Door 第3扇门，听说是新的系统，我也还没有玩。现在在打危险，这次的 BOSS 很酷，还真假？回答完，晚上好呀，晚餐有吃了吗？我吃了早餐。我吃了早餐，不是，我才刚睡醒2个小时，我2点半多快3点才睡醒，然后我想说啊，5点好像要开台，感觉应该会玩一阵子，然后我又不想要。中间的时候叫食物，所以我已经先叫那个叫食物吃完了。我吃了鲔鱼起司蛋饼跟奶油蛤蜊意大利面，然后还叫了会拉肚子的奶茶。你看起来很累哦。我昨天好像3点睡，也没有到很晚。我其实早上有醒来啊，我早上10点半的时候已经有醒来了。要起床也是可以，但是就是我想要再多睡一下哦。我最近是真的太忙了，就是之前跟你们说的嘛，最近工作真的太忙了，我真的。最近工作真的太累了，所以我会需要很多大量的睡眠，尤其是如果工作上啊，如果你很需要花脑力的时候，哇，那真的很累。就想说趁着周末可以多睡一点就多睡一点。等会要吃麦当当吗？等会。 该不会，因为根据我现在吃的东西的量，我可能今天也不会吃别的东西了耶。我可是吃了一个蛋饼加一份意大利面呢，我应该没有空间再去吃麦当劳了。我的食量可能吃不下麦当劳了。首先要跑到一定程度才能跑活动故事。有啊，他写说我看完5之9就可以跑那个活动故事，可是我想要把第5章主线都看完之后再去玩这个。第3扇门很烦，真的假的？没关系，我们先把那个主线剧情看完，因为那个是我最期待的。我想要趁着我现在精神非常非常好的时候，先把主线剧情看完，然后再去研究别的。如果要看1999故事8到21，时间不短哦，大概4小时跑不掉。OK 啊，那我们就今天把那个主线看完，因为我有大概预估了一下，我想说好像的确会看很久，所以我今天才比较早开播。你第一关就花了快半小时，这么难吗？等一下，这么难吗？这么难哦？没关系，我们先那个难的东西，我们先放在后面。我们先去看一下那个洞穴的囚徒。阿关安安呐，下午好。对了，我顺便想要问你们打这次的人工梦游了吗？简单吗？好打吗？不难，主要是时间。哦，是哦。你竟然没有注意到开台，没有关系啦，他应该有推播的吧？我还没有开始看剧情，所以还好。第3不难，难的是解谜和拿东西的部分非常烦。哦，是哦，解谜耶，那我很有兴趣。解谜呢，我很有兴趣。你今天跟妈妈还有姐姐出门，明天才回家哦？2天1夜吗？去哪里？去哪里？我昨天有先把那个2险的部分打一打了，哦，但有些真的很难好的，各位，我们要来进入今天的目标，希望可以好好的把第5章剧情看完。台中，哦，台中有好吃的店哎。台中下雨吗？北部下爆了。真是，这2天疯狂下雨。大东。
Before you enter the Great Hall, please place your right palm on the stone and swear to it solemnly.
我猜会哦。
I wish to be baptized in the water of gnosis and be rid of the long darkness of ignorance. I ask my tongue to be taken, for it has spoken mindless words, and I shall stay silent for the truth. I choose to leave the fragments of matters behind me and enter the great hall of forms as clean as a newborn.
活动剧情可以好玩一点，这样可以让大家继续支撑。台中早上有点毛毛雨，后面整天没下雨，好好哦。北部已经下2天了，又冷，然后一直下雨，湿度超高的。
Now, knock 3 times on the stone. Put on these ceremonial dresses.
这只角色没有画好吧？我在看的时候，我就一直很想说，这个角色这边没有画好吧？
And leave from the left. You are the humblest audience here, hence not allowed to speak. Please, stay quiet, and keep the secrets you heard at heart. I will arrange your meeting with 6 after this.
这好像那个哦，
No problem. Miss
宙
Sophia,
斯的那个
could you give us some privacy?
宙斯的全众神
Please
大
enjoy.
会。
I have nothing more to say.
我寄生小兵一回合最多4动，1动伤害都。
Vertin, are we really going to do this?
那这样是不是塞
That
2
oath
个
we have to make to
治疗
enter
会
the
比较
hole
好？
sounds vicious.
为啥拉拉你重点是在那边？不是啊，
To stay quiet and keep the
不是，因为他的那个衣服设计会让人家很容易注意到
I
那
can
边
go
啊。
inside on behalf of
我觉得
Timekeeper.
他有点就是没有画好哎，
No,
我觉得这有点
I'll come
浪
with
费
you,
这个角色，
Senator.
你不觉得吗？
But I can't sense any sign of arcane skill on this stone. The oath is more of a formality than a curse.
我这是一个很
The warning
震
is
惊的讨
lifted
论。
then.
我就觉得为什么画角
But
色
when
没有把它
Sophia
画
repaired
好
the？ floor in front of us with her arcane skill, there's no fluctuation of arcane power either. I can't even sense the slightest signs. It's either a kind of arcane skills we're not able to detect, or the moment we stepped onto this island,
We've been trapped in a tremendous ritual.
哇哦！
That's to say, any arcanum used on this island is only a part of this giant flow.
一整个岛都
We don't know where this
是
flow
一个
is
术
leading
士
us.
很强
We know
耶
nothing about it. It's too
我
perilous,
的枭
Timekeeper.
变成克勤了
I know, Sonato,
，what？
but as long as we obey their rules, we won't get into other trouble. The doctrine of the Apparin is to live in solitude and seek nothing but the truth. In fact, they've never been aggressive towards us.
I think of this differently. Think, the pure blood arcanist community, the unknown arcanum power, and the obsession with certain knowledge or identity. Sound familiar?
Yet, we haven't spotted any traces of the Manus here.
这的确很像重塑之手。
Manus Vindictae is like the rat living in the gutter. I don't think they will let go such a favorable chance.
Which means we need to find out the truth.
I believe in Timekeeper.
I have 0 interest in this meeting. I'll stay outside to keep a lookout. Take care.
传道会。我这2天原神只有上去领那个登入奖励而已，我就没有去过那个任务跟练了。
I wish to be baptized in the water of Gnosis and be rid of the long darkness of ignorance.
I ask my tongue to be taken, for it has spoken mindless words, and I shall stay silent for the truth.
I choose to leave the fragments of matters behind me
Ferdin 的
and
手
enter
也
the
太
great
漂
hall
亮
of
了吧
forms！ as clean as a newborn.
这是 Ferdin 的
I
手
swear
对
to
吗？
let matter stay in the world of matter, and a form in the world of forms.
I swear to reveal no secrets. Or my heart shall be taken by the vulture, my body consumed in flames, my soul trapped in the endless wheel of birth.
传道者之听，哦，这真的很像那个众神大会哎。
Fellow brothers, sisters, our quest for Gnosis had suffered 3 unprecedented
这
crises.
男的长得也太帅了吧！
First was the discovery of irrational numbers, and then
这
the
战超帅，
creation
真
of
的。
imaginary numbers. Last was the loss of the grand unification of different
哎，
lineages.
他们2个的声音好搭哦，听起
The
来超好
truth was
听的。
buried, and history was rewritten. But the emanation is not a crisis.
岛很厉害，可以免
Instead,
疫回
it's
溯。
our last salvation.
它就是他刚刚不是说吗？这个岛
The
感觉
supreme
是被一
existence
个
has
巨
once
大的
again
术
shown
士所
itself
包
to
围
us.
了，所以它可
The
以
door
像
to
他
the
们那
everlasting
些
transcendent world of
那
forms
个
has
foundation
opened
一
once
样，可
again.
以避免外面的那个
As
时
Numa
间
pulls
回
down,
溯这件事。我
things
觉得
are
很强哎，我
rewound
真的想
to
知道
the
这
world
些
of light.
它的剧情最后到底
Everything
会
in
长
the
成什么
world
样
of
子。
matter breaks into pieces, for they are as delicate as a
六也
petal
很帅，
before
我已
it.
经准备好雨滴会把它带回家的。
We, who have the honor to witness the emanation of
不过
Numa,
要没
have the privilege to survive the turning of the wheel of birth. Because we know the truth.
We know the truth。
Our survival is destined. It is the beginning of a mission to bring the unseen truth into this world. 'Thank you.
就说游戏火不起来，看
The
很
next
怪，明明
orator
很多
is
细节可以
37.
看。
Our smallest
我也觉得
irregular
很奇怪
prime
哎，
and the brightest star of Hermes.
我也觉得超奇怪的耶。因为我看到有一些 comment 都是写说，是写说就是你结束一段剧情了之后，就
The
是很多都是很
emanation in
routine 的事情在做，他们
1929
觉得很无
only
聊，
lasted for 2 days.
所以就
All
因为那个
methods
无
to
聊，然后
calculate the
就
Numa
离开。可是我觉得
emanation
是
We found no pattern in the
你
occurrence
先
of
让
time
我听完三
reversal.
七讲的话。
All our efforts in the past 4 years have gone completely wasted.
哇，侧面也太可爱了吧！
That's the end of my speech. 本先生，下午好呀。哦，重说之手那个，那个。
Regna sereno intenso ed infinito.
Shh. Who did that? Who broke the silence?
Sorry, timekeeper. I just...
Huh?
Get ready to run, Snetto. The Abraptuses are coming. 我觉得是大家都被那个太多的玩法养坏了，所以这种要看大量剧情，然后就只有跟玩法没有说非常非常突兀。虽然它的活动玩法，我觉得其实已经做得很不错，就很多不同的细节，每一次都不一样，但我觉得没有办法满足大家已经被养刁的胃口。鹿斗有火锅，我就是觉得很可惜耶。这是我唯一一款，算唯一一款吗？应该说近几年唯一一款，然后我会一直玩，然后都从头到尾一直玩，还没有放弃它的那个游戏耶。我觉得他们做的已经那个非常非常的好了。我应该不用换那个。要好好支持一下这么认真的开发团队，不然真的好可惜哦，之后就没有人想要做这么好的游戏了。谁都可以，等一下，只有他有别的的戒律审判。标记最后行动的地方，并在回合开始对其进行攻击。最后行动的地方是不是应该要拿防御比较强的放在最后？那就是他喽，那我就可以，所以我应该要先丢他。 Candy.
这样子好了，
Plan A.
就是，这样子，这样
Candy.
子，这样
Wanna
子。
watch the aerial stunts?
Thank you.
这
for
游
your
戏刚出
cooperation.
的热度还是很高的，因为他那个，他愿意砸钱去配音，然后那个音是真的是找当地，应该说母语口音的人去配这件事情，而且是各国语言，我觉得就已经就甘心了耶。你愿意砸那个钱，我真的觉得已经，而且他的故事剧情，其实我觉得他做的非常的有逻辑，就是会让人家去思考，所以我就觉得很可惜啊，为什么大家不好好的
Plan A.
没有发现这个游戏的好，
Fine.
觉得可惜。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
An unconventional
现在
choice.
愿意静下来看游戏剧情越来越少概念，毕竟我觉得1999这样子，我觉得有可能呢，我觉得有可能，就是大家就可能不想花时间去玩游戏，尤其是可能所有人你每一天玩的游戏不止一种，我相信大家也是吧。大家实际上在玩的游戏也不止一个，对不对？然后就会变成这样子的情况，这个也是蛮合理的。
Fine.
不过1999的观看比其他游戏
Right win.
对啊，现在，但老实说啊，我有去看那个后台的数据，其实看1999的人会一直回来看的人还是有就是可能我自己不想要玩，但是我想要看那个实况组去玩的人，其实还是大有人在的。
Plan A.
Whatever. Сколько побед?
现在社会习惯快节奏，对啊，但老实说我也是啦。但是因为我可以剧情跟你们一起看，所以我就会花那个时间，然后一起看。不然我自己在玩的时候啊，我可能就不会一天看完所有的剧情，这也是有可能。37有抽到硕了吗？没有啊，我就停止了。我想说要把雨滴先去抽那个，先抽6，抽到6之后再看。
Plan B.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Fine.
3, 2, 1.
剧情看来讲这边自己玩快就对了，
Don't blink.
很多人都这样啊。
Oh oh.
老实说，如果是我啊，我如果没有开台玩这个，我可能也会跟你们
Plan failed.
我可能会去看其他实况组那
Haven't
个
you even?
在玩那个剧情，然后我自己可能会快速跳过。我自己也的确会这样的，老实说。
The show's on. Candy.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Time
今
waits
年
for no
1999
Even for a great
就这样，然后1999还结活动好就可以当。那你看大家每一天要玩的游戏这么多，你要他花时间去看完这个，
They are much naughtier than the
也是很困
Foundation's
难。
kids.
这是无法避免的事情。你是跳过剧情回来看故事？
Can somebody tell me?
我不行我如果现在在玩的时候，我就想要把剧情看完，我可能你玩完之后，你让我回来看剧情，我就不太会做这种事情。
Why, I
我好像
constantly
是
get
属于比
locked up
较
ever
循
since I've
序
known
渐进的
Bertie.
人我都是边玩 PUBG 边过1999，你这个落差太大了吧
First locked up in a suitcase, then a foundation
？PUBG
cell.
要
Now
认
this.
真玩
Oh, what else could it be if Vertin weren't the jinx? Lads, I know what's going on.
1.4以后开始
She
7年
is the
度
most
了。
irrational number here.
因为我现在要把那个星象，有把前3只星象都已经升到60级了。
What does it say
然
here?
后 主要的主系角色都有慢慢的上升往60级迈进，然后其他的就40几级，快50。
That's to say, I have to prove myself not an irrational number to get out of here. Which is exactly what I've been trying to do, isn't it? Rat.
他用的脏话已经算蛮文明的了耶。
Captain,
我以为他会说
maybe you're in the
asshole。
wrong direction.
曾经我会想说先跳过都再
This
反
apple
然后就没有
presumes
之
that
后
the
回来
followers on
看
this
没
island
错，
have a close
没
connection with
错，
Pythagoreanism.
你就是无理数，而且大家都知道。
That ancient Greek mathematician.
他的行为在的证明他就是个无理数啊，他为什么不好好的那个呢？接受这件
Isn't he
事
the
实。
guy who lives in sometime BC?
Maths is only a part of the Pythagoreans' achievement, but from a more universal perspective, they are a mysterious group of scholars. Believing
一
things are
样会
made
把
up of
剧情
numbers,
部分剪
venerating
出影
integer
片来
numbers,
吗？会
abstaining from beans, and the
主线
religious
我会先
collective
剪，
lifestyle.
主线会先
These
剪
are，all
其
pointing
他
to
活动的
Pythagoreanism.
其他活动的好像没有
The
剪的，
earliest
好像没
Pythagorean
有
school
剪的必要。
perished because of the discovery of irrational numbers, which explains their odium of it. At that time, a deviant student named Hippasus
没
discovered
办法，人
root
家
2,
从小没
and the
富。
theories based on the
这不
ratio
是
of
理
integers they
由，
hold
这
dear
不
were
是。
upended. Hippasus himself was drowned in the sea. This apple assumes they see the integers as the standard of
以前的好
virtue,
像把那个
and people can increase the number they rank through
游戏
study
的
and
声音开大一点，
self-improvement.
不然之后如果剪主线的话，声音可能会被改。
Besides, they are convinced that a numerical code is hidden in everything and everyone. Whoever can solve the code can obtain the truth of the world.
All right. Now I know what's going on.
可是他如果这次第5章的那个活动的剧情跟主线有相关，是不是也剪一点
This
比较好啊
pirate has had enough of this
不然好
moral
像很难
standard,
让大
which
家
is obviously
上那个
prudish,
其他额外
backward,
的
and lacks humanitarian spirit. I'm going to tackle the root cause of this misfortune.
我在想干嘛？
I'm breaking out.
Break out!
Why am I not surprised? The captain quickly gives the sufficient and prerequisite condition to prove herself an irrational number.
其实 regulars 只有2星，剩下来的
This apple may be able to offer some help.
太过分了吧！我没有看到这个，这谁说的？哎，regulars 的大招也很强，好不好？怎么这样？确实都是苹果在打的。哎，人家刷碟的时候也有那个，好不好？也有
Is this
伤
their
害。
habit? Or
Ah, the roof is about to collapse.
只想你说那个墨镜对 regular 来说是不是有点太大啦？
So far, this place has made the London Juvenile Detention Centre a heaven on earth. Oh, is there a piece of paper?
他都摊方成这样，木
Did one
门
of the
也不会
Abraxases drop this?
破掉，太奇怪了。
Strange.
人家新大招玩可以全角色闪避的，
The
对呀、人家有
unsolvable
6星的
puzzle.
价值，好不好？
Is
你
this
们
a
都
math
这样，
0.4,
客房这不是
0.7,
监狱吗？
1, 1.6,
讲好听一点，这
2.8,
是客房，好不好？最上等的客
10,
房。
and 19.6. 8 numbers in total are listed in this order.
A unsolvable puzzle，
there are 8 symbols
尚
below,
未解决的
respectively
谜题。
representing the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus.
这是低阶客房。
Maybe it is a
他跟我
hint
说这是
that we
最
should
上
fill
等
the symbols in the blank box after the numbers.
最适合无理数的客
That
房。
sign says to complete the proof. Does it mean to solve this puzzle?
0.4减0.7 7减1减，哇，这好难呐
Ha! How unsolvable can it be? Clearly, each of these 8 numbers should represent one
居然
planet.
能试
We
出
can easily find the missing planet by trying them one by one. And our Mr. Apple here is the king of the Times crossword. Yes?
I think there is a difference between this and a crossword. In this apple's humble opinion, the ratio of certain numbers should match this number sequence, such as the radius, volume, or rotation period.
Wouldn't the sun be absurdly large if these numbers stand for their sizes?
是不是不可以低估它？
Hey! The
其
underground
实
critters
很
are
好
back.
用的
Go， away! Don't touch my
它
nose.
只
It's
是
not
无
your
理
food.
数而已。
Nothing
但
unexpected.
它没伤害。哎，他们不能这么说，他们是各司其职。
Plan A.
各司其职，人家别人打伤害，他打回避。
3, 2, 1, down.
Regular 还是个熊孩子，这是不变的事实哦。这个怎么样都不会变，我觉得这个剧情走到最后都不会改变这件事情。他会从一而终，贯彻始终，这件事情不会改变的。
Plan A.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
An unconventional choice.
Right.
为了让2回合一次才2回合一次也可以。
A little trick.
嗨，杰尼龟，拜拜啊！可爱的熊孩子无误，没错。杰尼龟是怎样？来这边晃一下，就打算去跟女朋友聊天了，是不是？这家伙。
Relax. Plan B.
Fine.
I smell the scent of mint oil. An unconventional choice.
No worries.
The show's on. Plan A.
Please, don't resist.
I'm with the no one, even for a great group. A mice pass.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Fine. Oh. Don't blink.
They are much mightier than the Foundation's kids.
Hold on, please, Captain. Seems like the critters are trying to tell us something. They are pointing at the sign of the sun.
Is that so? Even the critters on this island know math.
等一下，好讽刺哦！
The sun.
魔晶
What
都
if the
懂
sun
数
is just
学，
here to serve as a reference point?
所以完全转化成闪电龟的大绝
I read an
爆
IAU's
闪
report in
对
the
啊
Times 2 years ago.
肯定
You
是
know,
去跟女
the
朋友聊
International
天了他。
Astronomical Union.
主
Earth's
线
average
终于
distance
打
to the
完
sun
了
is approximately 93 million
打完了
miles.
哟。
As for Mercury, the average distance is
你看，我觉得这次
36
的那
million,
个
and Venus
线
67 billion
好
miles.
难哦。
Let's say if we take the distance between Earth and the Sun as one astronomical unit, then the distance between the Sun and Mercury would be approximately 0.4 units, and Venus 0.7 units. There you go. These numbers are the ratio of their average distance to the Sun to the
Wow.
Earth-Sun distance.
哎，Regulus 其实蛮聪明的哎，各位是不是？他是蛮聪明的。
The average distance from Mars to the Sun is about 142 million miles, Jupiter about 484 million miles, Saturn 886 million miles, and Uranus 1.786 billion miles. By rough calculation, and if we round the results to one decimal place, Mars would be 1.6 unit, Jupiter 5.2 unit, Saturn 10 unit, and Uranus 19.6 unit. That's weird. All these numbers one can hardly remember have become so clear in my mind.
But if these numbers stand for the ratio of distance, what's the planet for 2.8? There's no planet between Mars and Jupiter.
If the Sun is the reference, we will have one planet missing here. Is it really a puzzle unsolvable?
Aha! Nothing is unsolvable. You are looking at the solution. There must be one planet out there, unknown to us as of yet, located between Mars and Jupiter.
一定还有一颗没写在纸上的星星。它刚刚讲了哪些星星啊？火星、木星、水星、天王星。
What now?
土星。会是海王吧？木火。哦。这什么东西？来去把三七拉满去吧。等一下拉满是指东西也要上那个吗？东西山吗？这是什么？我们瞬间进入外太空了吗？哎，它那个文字会顺着那个改耶，好酷哦
！A celestial body, which I have never seen before.
Captain, this apple has an impression on this.
蠕动的月亮，感觉
There
很
is
像是对
indeed
不
a
对？因为
star
它上面
between
有很
Mars
多
and
那个
Jupiter.
坑洞。
It is called the Ceres, discovered by Piazzi Giuseppe, an Italian priest in 1801.
古神星
Ceres. Did we just validate its existence? Is the universe truly arranged according to this sequence?
哦，真假
Could this
的？
be the ultimate key of everything?
Regulus.
祖先后面也有关系的东西哦，这是蛮错的。等一下，14这个版本也要把它练起来吗？14。
What are you doing? Got food poisoning after accidentally eating one of those critters?
哎，红弩箭看不到那个哎。Serious， 为什么
Odd. My head hurts. What was that? 而且讲那么大一个东西，
I'll
说
make
是
it
星
short.
星，是不是有点
Stanetta is in detention. They're planning to sentence her to death by giving her the poisoned wine.
14看个人，但确实是很有用的五星。他那个意志攻击那招，我觉得有的时候很好用。幻觉吧。可是会无端出现幻觉吗？
As you can see, this school on the island lives in a box made by the truth. Even if they have a donut in their hands when they are hungry, they still see a topological space. Like the cute ring attached to an initiation toy. It's not food anyways.
他讲没有狗狗，所以普告人应该需要排前面的。普告人要练哦。哎，他又闪退了啦。如果没有泥鳅，14要练，但是有泥鳅，14可以练起来当后备，14可以当做演戏的泥鳅。但我有泥鳅了。它的 PC 版本真的很不稳哎。
It's always good to have you here, no matter if you found a bargain or
安娜·赤斯特，哇，下午好呀，赤斯特。挡避时，新感觉比红弩聪明哎，你不能这么说，你不可以这么说。
As you can see, this. But if you give them a puzzle, they will enjoy it like the best Kaiserschmarrn. No. With all due respect, that thing in your hand is pretty old. The mold on it seems to come from the 18th century, judging from the smell. I'm sure you know it will make you sick if eaten. But we have to admit, it is not just ordinary mold. It reminds us of the story in which, once, a merchant's son looked up at the night sky and found the answer to the stars for us. The young man firmly believed that the movement of the stars and the sun follows certain laws, just like how the delicate gears in a watch work together.
而且我还没有看那个3期的洞悉素材要什么，该不会又要什么长青剑，然后或者什么草什么之类的吧？
And his point was even proven correct by Zeus's grandfather. When another gentleman observed the sky through the reflecting telescope he took great pains to make, a celestial body was exactly there.
露西跟飞弹，你说他头上的那只鸟吗？既然是199，好久没打开，我还在等取娘。
What was it
我们每一周都会玩1999啊。我从那个他上
19.6
上线之后的第一天就开始玩到现在，我们固定每一周会开一次1999。
And the legendary God of the Sky.
取娘。我们现在在等那个6，因为我已经抽到3期。
If the world was not created by God,
有新素材，
are there any theories we can use to explain such a beautiful law?
全都是新素材。哦，我还没有研究它的那个动机。
Yes, the one that says it never actually exists. Anyone can see the breach in this number sequence. That is the planet, which is supposed to be the 5th number in the sequence. I mean, how come we have never seen it before, if it does exist?
有，我看到。
Either God is wrong, or we've been blind all this time. What do you think?
We owe God.
Yes, such a planet definitely exists, and as expected, it was discovered in the end. Yes, that's the Ceres. It only took that great mathematician an hour to find its orbit through calculation.
1.6月就差不多了吧？
Oh, what great astronomy! What great mathematics! What great creation!
对啊，所以那个啊，
It was a
我们都
beautiful
是
dream,
我们也是固定上来
but
啊，
it was
把体
still
力
ended.
刷一刷，
Eventually,
然后
by another
角色升
discovery,
升，然后
the
活动
eighth
剧情
planet.
不难的话就打一打，然后把它打完，因为它都会送很多的
Not the
材料
Ceres
跟
nor
那
the
个
Uranus,
跟那
but
个
a new
skin，
planet.
还有新的
People
星象
found。it through more precise astronomical data
干嘛
and
干嘛看
calculation,
有没有梅兰妮？没有就
proving
跳。有啊，
that
我
the
有梅
number
兰妮啊。
sequence found by the merchant's
我告诉
son
你，我所有
was
的
only a myth.
出的活动角色，我只有没有抽到大坡老师，只有大坡老师没有抽到，跟那个
It's an
松毛我
unsolvable
没有要
puzzle.
抽之外，其他
It
的角
makes
色我
no
都有。
sense from the very beginning.
3期我目前硕1、2动50，共10。
We found the Ceres because it happened to be there. It is real,
先去上
and
课
no one can
去
deny
吧
its
祝你
existence.
上课愉快哦，嗨！上课愉快哦。
In other words, we can perfectly
我先
prove
把3
the
期动1刷
rationality
上
of
去好了。
mathematics
数
because
这件
we
事情，
invented it.
我们可以晚一点，我有换那个10只兔子嘛，可以用兔子再看看有没有。曾经你也
It's
这样
been
刷，
a
直到我
good
脚踝
dream,
中了
I suppose.
What？
Now,
感谢商店
imagine that
送
you
的
are
食
walking
物
alone
没
in the
错。
darkest valley ever, trying to drag your fragile body upward as much as possible before it is worn out. Hoarse cries squeeze their way out of your mouth to ask for a response from the gods. Suddenly, an afflatus dawns on you. The next moment, a miracle happens. You are already at the top of the mountain, witnessing the rise of a huge celestial body from the skyline.
在大厅吗？在哪里？大厅吗？
Even if it's only in your imagination, you have just witnessed the dawn of the creation, and the shock is real.
怎么办？我得说，我对于那个，我对于网络上的迷因或梗什么之类的，我的那个消息的获取度超慢的。人生赏丢的那个37的那个在哪里啊？不在大厅，也不在重返未来的频道里有吗？重返未来的频道里面好像不是那个。49天一个版本，一个版本大概可以改成70抽，所以抽完6周留30抽。 就可以再取年有200抽了。那我们是不是要很顺利的抽到6才可以？
An old admonition is engraved here. Let no one ignorant of geometry or the irrational numbers enter. 37 told me you are the integers. She's the genius kissed by the god of truth.
Hi,
She can see our numbers and has never made a mistake. But I don't understand. Why would you break the silence at the meeting?
等一下，吉良 1.7 版本好友可以一起打 UTTU 了耶！你要不要那个重回一下？我们可能很需要你的那个高满硕角色。为了这件事问他，你要不要重回来一下 1.7 版本之前？1.7对啊，刚刚番茄说1.7的那个版本加入好友的那个可以一起打 UTTU， 这样大家就不用打这么痛苦了。你的角色对我们来说超需要的哦，看到了哦，感谢人生赏，我看到了。哦。我们等一下来研究一下那个37生的那个。
I apologize, Miss Sophia. I won't defend the behavior.
取娘上学。等一下，我要抽6很帅，我要抽6。
If you can persuade more than half of the people to vote for your friend's commutation, perhaps she won't be sentenced to death.
你没37没关系啊，你
I have gathered some case files from the past. I hope it will be of some help.
1.7 版本应该还要再4个月啦。
These files are.
你听到 flag 6应该要
be in trouble for helping us?
你们要相信我的好运气。
I have my own reasons.
那个4抽夸张。没有，次斯特，你问他们每次。
Integers are the living example of virtues, the standard of purification. It represents a soul existing in the world of forms.
我通常不用到小宝或大宝都会中，除了那个大坡老师
It is the floating points behind the decimal which dent the process of our overall purification.
6是仅次于牙仙的万金油，而且零数
The ones who violate rules knowingly. The ones who turn a positive number into negatives. And a civil person. A criminal.
我不能放弃他。但不知道4个月之后你的角色有没有用？有啦。
If integers like you would lose your life over some unintentional mistakes,
牙仙啊
wouldn't it be a great
基本角
shame?
色一定有用的啊，红弩箭啊。
Besides, I can't stand the idea of you being killed in front of me.
Not rigorous.
是哪个？是等一下会出现的一个男角。 下半要出的角色，第5章下半要出的角色。
For one thing, we still don't know Ferdinand Sonetto's numbers. For another, The fact that every crow we've seen is black doesn't necessarily entail that the next crow will also be black.
我希望6在小
Even if every virtuous person we met has been an integer, we can't be certain that the next one will still be an integer.
最基本的一些角色，它一定都是有
Same
用
case for
的，不可
irrational
能是用
numbers.
后来的活动剧情角色才有用，这不可能。男角那没事，你
You're
不能
right,
这样。
37.
人家男角
But
很帅
people
吧，
always tend to
很帅又
believe
好
that
用。
virtuous people are integers.
你跳过了一个
That is
版
what
本，
we
有点
call
后悔。那你
belief.
现在这个版本赶快补上。以
Correct.
及量我4
But
抽
not
4
entirely
抽就中
correct.
3期耶，你要不要试看看
Everyone？ can make mistakes.
如果你想要这只角色的话，
Numbers are just numbers. They are not associated with virtues.
不用到满数，没2数就
Unlike
好
me.
用了。
You're
可是
always
齐良
right.
是满数啊，
37.
是不是？我们超需要他的，
I don't know what
我们
differs us.
UTTU 超需要他的角色。4抽很好。
Will you be at the assembly?
3期我的桌布，3期
Yes.
园长超可爱的，
Then I will leave them with you.
而且他还是蓝色的头发耶。
I'm not qualified to set foot in the Hall of Truth.
嗯，
I have done poorly in receiving the guests. I will ask 6 for my punishment after the assembly.
他是画一个星哎，画一个5芒星在他的中间呢。
So you are not coming back to my laboratory? Neither will you help me review the calculation results or sort out the books?
The scripture shall not be challenged. What's
国家
more,
有任务给我了，
any students here can help you in the laboratory.
4抽哦，4
It
抽
doesn't
哦，
have to be me.
4抽真的我只需要28抽就满数了，不是4抽是我。你们也要想办法4抽会有1只才可以啊。
Had
下
I
一个如果
known,
抽3
I
期
would have
的
let
时候，
someone else welcome
我也
Vertin
不
and
确
her
定能不能
friends.
4抽再中下一只。
Like 210. He loves to
现在
brag to
是
young
原理就
ladies
是
so
哦，
much that he would take the
原理
punishment
跟3期
willingly,
你肯定要选
right?
3期的吧？这个不用比较吧？
You were that someone else who was
3
assigned
期
to
满数好像
receive
也
them in
超
the
强，但
first
是太
place.
有难度了。
If I hadn't stopped you in time, how much longer would Regulus's head have stayed in your mouth? Not to mention what happened last time, and the time before that.
But the fact that I have messed up all the receptions before doesn't mean I may excel in the next one.
现在就算不会一点
The
扣的
chances of
练度也
messing up
非
the
常
first
够的
reception and the 100th reception are the same.
所以记得1.7之后要回来，
Whatever you say, you little sophist.
记得既然1.7那个出现好友系统的时候要回来哦。我们的 UTTU 需要你。我的3期140抽才来，
Everyone says so. But compliments won't help her find her
真
number.
想不要难过。至少他来了。
So, Vertin, are you ready for the debate?
Does that mean you will help us?
你70，
Of course. I don't want to miss the chance.
没关系，我现在是里面最好运的。嘿嘿
What chance?
嘿嘿
The chance to see your numbers.
等等，你不是日服吗？
There's no greater
对啊
knowledge than the knowledge of oneself. And there's no more exciting truth than the truth of
不
oneself.
能跨服吗？
I can quickly tell which types of numbers you are, but it requires proof to know the exact number
好
of
友
your
也不能
soul.
跨服哦。
I want to know the answer before you see your own numbers. So it's 37 who proves it, not Vertin.
去年和1.7星角3期的强度去。
I'd be glad to give this chance to you.
定位。
That's
不能
boring.
跨服哦。
Let's go, Vertin.
正常。
The assembly's about to start.
啊！Oh, so sad. 我刚刚超兴奋的，我听到好友系统，我第一个时间就想到，我要把脊梁抓回来玩。有台服的朋友吗？哈瓜好像是台服。 曲娘和3期超搭的不是吗？追击体系该重玩了啊！日服我们之中应该没有几个吧？哈
Don't worry, Timekeeper. I'll defend myself.
等一下，所以我现在跟鬼岛是被遗留下来的吗？我们直接两个人互相那个了吗
？This is my duty. I won't let it get in the way of the team's investigation.
那我只能依靠鬼岛了吗？因为人生长在国际服。傻眼！哎，不是，他要做好友系统之前，不能先提早说一下吗？
By our tradition, Miss Sonetto will be given the poison.
这就是6番茄，这就是6，刺斯特，这就是6，就是6。
However, Sophia raised her objection against the decision. After giving the matter some discreet thought, I have decided it is necessary to hold an assembly and take care of it democratically. Those of you who agree to the death sentence may remain seated. Those of you who wish to commute Miss Sonetto's punishment, please put your pebble into the pot in the middle of the hole.
Yes! 我就靠鬼岛了。
Now, Miss Sonetto, Miss Vertin, you may defend yourselves. Until the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom.
哎，他的中文没有翻好，他不是提交证明，是叫他们你们可以开始你的辩护了。他的中文翻译可以再调整一下吗
I am Sonetto from St. Pavla Foundation. I wish all the honorable audiences here would lend me their ears to hear my defense as a humanitarian gesture.
很赞哦，真假的
What number are you?
等一下，我不想错过这个辩论。出了10抽3期，哇哦！等一下，吉良，你是第一个10抽吗？你是第一个10抽就中3期吗？吉良？他靠鬼岛，我们靠捡了满兽满金吧，共角色。哦呀，我们现在是要互相取暖，是不是 ？Yes， 哇哦！吉良，你运气很好哎，你现在是我们的第2名哎。所以我们现在有一个我4抽中3期，也10抽中3期，然后我记得有一个是番茄是30抽中3期，还是鬼岛30抽中？等一下哪一个？我有点忘记了，对不起。那谁啊？谁30抽中3期啊？吉良还是超猛，真的。等一下，灵硕3期也是这个10抽出20抽出泥鳅。等一下，所以现在是我吉良鬼岛，然后番茄。哦，等一下，我们现在最后是人生赏，是不是？有人可以超越一下人生赏的记录？虽然这样说好像不太好。70，吉良，你不要这样，人生赏140抽才中3期，他都快呕死了。他在看完我的4抽之后，然后去抽，结果140抽再离开才中。等一下，我敲了一下桌子之后，他就宕机了啦。我太激动，然后敲了一下桌子之后，游戏就宕机，我要笑死了。歪了一次，然后到底，没了。
It's always good to have you here. No
差
matter
值
if
应该
you
不
found
到
a bargain
10次，男孩
or
别哭。
suffered a loss.
等一下，赶快进去，他这样才不会，他才可以接着那个。他没有接。这次为什么没有接？哦，完蛋了！等一下，他这次不会接起来哦。可是我已经没有其他的城市要关了。等一下，我看一下那个记忆体。 不可能，因为我记忆体已经升到16G 了。不对，我记忆体已经升到32G 了，不太可能是记忆体的关系。剧情不会吧？只有战斗。哦，真的吗？吓死我了！我想说，58的37太可爱，你不后悔？我10抽而你140，不要这样计量，我4抽你才100，你才10抽，最赢的人还是我呢。记忆体32G 显卡是那个3080。我还没有用到4开头。你32G 显卡3050，目前玩199还没跳过，我不知道为什么耶。不知道是不是应该跟 Windows 11有关吗？我觉得它有些是相容性的问题，之前我原本以为是记忆体，因为你知道开播要开比较多的那个程式，所以我有先去升级了那个记忆体，从16G 到32G， 然后居然相信不合，我觉得应该是 Windows 11的问题，我觉得是 Windows 10，我觉得是 Windows 的问题。1999电脑版。有啊，我玩的就是电脑版啊，我的日服下载的是电脑版的1999。22H，22H2，我觉得应该是 Windows 11的问题啦，没关系啊，因为也只有1999会这样跳，我其他的游戏都不会跳掉，所以我觉得很奇怪。可是我觉得是他的那个。
Don't worry, Timekeeper. I'll defend myself.
等一下，我不想跳过这个辩论，我们先讲完这个话题，再继续。就是游戏在做 PC 的那个安装档的时候啊，它的那个相容性设定要比你玩那个手游的 APK 包要再做更多的设定。所以你在相容线上面，你不只是记忆体，显卡其实还好，显卡其实这种游戏不太需要什么，你最烂的显卡都是可以玩的，是主要是你的记忆体，然后跟 Windows 的相容性你有没有做好。我觉得它因为 Windows 11本来就有很多的问题，它跟很多游戏都会有，不能说不相容，是它有时候会有相冲突的状况。所以我觉得它是 Windows 11没有做得非常完全，可是它在 Windows 11以下的 Windows 系统都有好好的做好，所以就还好。199电脑没有跳过，还是日服的相容有卡到？不知道，抽完就走。几良子很像那个爽完一波然后就离开这件事情。人生上你也是 Windows 11吗？我觉得有可能，因为我开那时候之前不是要帮吉良抽的时候，我有去载那个台服的电脑版嘛，就都没事，很顺。我觉得有可能是日服的关系，没关系啊，他只要可以接战斗可以接回来就好了。那我猜有可能是日服的问题。他的那个 patch 包里面可能要再去修改一下东西，但不影响啦，没事，我们可以跳回来继续看就好。我们要先来看那个精彩的辩论。
Back in the Foundation, I once won a public debate of a similar nature. This is my duty. I won't let it get in the way of the team's investigation.
Sonetto.
By our tradition, Miss Sonetto will be given the poisoned wine, so she will be muted and stay that way forever. However, Sophia raised her objection against the decision. After giving the matter some discreet thought, I have decided it is necessary to hold an assembly and take care of it democratically. Those of you who agree to the death sentence may remain seated. Those of you who wish to commute Miss Sonetto's punishment, please put your pebble into the pot in the middle of the hall.
你尼基普池实抽出金了！哇塞，吉良，你今天是怎么了？吉良，你今天运气爆棚哎！赶快趁着这股气势，把你要抽的那个角色、各种游戏的卡都赶快去抽一抽。哇，这边老公帮老婆辩论超赞，真假的？那我们继续喽。
Now, Miss Sonetto, Miss Vertin, you may defend yourselves. Until the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom.
I am Sonetto from St. Pavla Foundation. I wish all the honorable audiences here would lend me their ears to hear my defense as a humanitarian gesture.
What number are you? Defendant, the court requires an answer. What is your number?
What? Me? No, I don't have a number.
Don't waste our time. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. All her words are void. Sentence her to death now!
'42's argument is valid. Defenders, what do you wish to contend?
What? It's valid?
Objection!
According to the record, the last time we inflicted severe punishment was in 1980 to a visitor who ate beans. He ate a carbuncle that feeds on beans, and he was sentenced to death according to the said theory. In our scripture, eating beans is the most evil sin, which undoubtedly fits the most severe punishment. But if we are now executing people for breaking the silence at the assembly, how would it reflect our attitude towards the consumption of beans?
哇，这个逻辑100分。
Has the latter become less sinful? I suggest Sonetto's punishment to be commuted.
他是14，哎，对耶，那菲尔廷是多少？菲尔廷
A
会是
good
多少？
argument.
37's argument is deemed valid. The debate will continue.
Objection. The punishment for eating beans is to throw the offenders into the Gorgon current, while the punishment for the silence breaker is to drink poisoned wine. Among all the punishments we have, there's no other punishment more dreadful than being thrown into the Gorgon current.
居然你有在玩斐然哦？你有几只角色了？我斐然玩到一半就暂停了说，3机会出来救场，不可以降低对豆子的惩罚是哪招？对啊，豆子到底怎么了？吃豆子怎样是犯法的事？那全英国人怎样？全英国人都要被放逐到永恒的什么什么共什么河流，是不是？这对吗？豆子怎么了？豆子，四季豆也很好吃啊，青豆也很好吃啊，豆子怎么了
Because eternity and infinity are the two things we have the least knowledge of, which makes them the most ghastly punishments among all. Giving her the poisoned wine doesn't make the consumption of beans less sinful. Her argument is invalid.
Objection! Both of the crimes would fall into the same category if we are taking the punishment as a frame of reference, which is death.
Objection. The two crimes in question are not commensurable, which makes your comparison invalid.
What's this? I'm completely lost in this irrational debate. I see.
So that's how it works.
Timekeeper?
Relax. I will help you.
来了，老公要帮老婆辩论了，各位。
I object.
等一下，辩论之前要先打战斗。等一下，我刚刚还十分的期待然后结果跳战斗是怎样啦？神来一笔！合理怀疑999的剧情组，尤其是1.4版本剧，一定是有被3色豆茶荼毒过。我也觉得，豆子怎么了？毛豆也很好吃啊，豆子怎么了？碾进去好一点。第20抽出了，哇哦！你第20抽出哦，这是的，完蛋了！等一下，我们现在有4抽、10抽、20抽、30抽、70抽、140抽。
Look at my back.
受伤的只有人
I'd
身
like to
上。
start by quoting 42's first argument. People without a number cannot stand in the Hall of Truth. In that case, it's not possible for Sonetto to commit a crime in the Hall of Truth.
等一下，他的
Because
辩
she
论，
can't even be in the hall.
他的辩论是透过战斗哦。是说我已经久到可以领回归奖励了。天哪，你多久没有回来了呀？你中间错过多少只角色啊？可以跳过最后一个。不行，我怎么可以遗忘你人生上？我一定要把你记上去啊！还真的是人生真的。
What?
Good point, Virgin. This is our chance to out-argue them.
这边有小段剧情，因为我刚刚看到他讲的时候，我就闭嘴了，不想要。
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial
不想要错
stunts?
过他说的
Right win. Oh.
These are merely clumsy sophisms. We've all seen her break the maxim.
你只错过一只。
Objection! What you see cannot be submitted to the court as a transcendental fact. It's nothing but the fragments of the phenomenal world which can't be used in your argument.
Objection sustained. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep the debate logically consistent.
Jessica， 你说小鹿吗？你最后说的好像是小鹿，那没有很久啊，对，才2个月，你2个月没回来而已啊。你错过一个活动而已，对不对？我记得 Jessica 的下一个就是大坡老师啊，你只是错过大坡老师跟鬃毛而已，鬃毛大叔，你还差2只 X 5星就满 X 有人在练吗？等一下。他们的辩论观点是真是非理性，超没理性的啊！还说要回到逻辑上，差不多。那你没有离开很久啊？我以为你是错过了2、3个那个角色，那叫真才叫很久。
Since Sonetto has no number, and a person without a number does not exist before the truth.
哦，这段说得好因为14行是没有数字，所以没有数字的人在真理面前就形同无物啊。
Sonetto thus didn't offend your truth.
2个版本，现在才1.4张出也很久。
She didn't break any rules.
没有 我的 CPU 不确定角色定位还是怎么样，总有种变稿的感觉。我觉得是定位哎，我觉得是故意的，要表现他没有任何的情绪起伏。我在猜应该是这样，这种逻辑蛮酷的。还好吧，顶多2个月。对啊，就是我们那种已经每一次都在玩，就是固定在玩的，就是觉得好像也还好，就2个月而已。
Whatever. Хорошо.
14也是数字，但那个还不在他们真理面前，不是他们真理授予承认的数字。
Objection! The rule breaker has a number. We can all tell that she is very likely an integer.
Very likely， 那是 very likely， 但不是真的给了他一个数字啊。
Therefore, she should be identified as an unknown number, not void. Your sophism has failed.
42's argument is held valid. Is there anything else you'd like to add, defendant?
加油 ，13， 加油
Tell you a secret, 13?
刚在思考怎么一只手机边看直播边看1999，他们都有开电脑啊。哦，如果是神送的，还可以那个啊，那个做什么那个叫什么浮动视窗吧？你的手机有双萤幕。你是神送的吧？神送才有双萤幕啊。
We would call criminals negative numbers.
我们称呼犯罪者为负数。
I got it.
不是 LG 有双萤幕，真假的？你是平板看直播，手机玩。
Fine. Хорошо. Don't blink.
韩系都有做双萤幕，不然
A little trick.
对啊。
It is easy to prove Sonetto's innocence.
因为我的手机也是神送，所以我的也是会开字幕。
According to the law of the excluded middle, Sonetto either committed a sin or committed no sin. The two statements cannot be both false at the same time.
哦，根据排中率，要么犯罪，要么没有犯罪，两者不能同时为假。等一下，这好像数学哟，要么 A 等于 B， 要么 A including B， 要么 A non B。哇！
Since we consider a criminal as a negative number and a non-criminal as a positive number, Sonetto at present is considered an unknown number.
女儿救场，没错，你没有。吉良没有什么，没有双萤幕吗？
That means she doesn't belong to the criminal set or the non-criminal set.
Whoa.
She did not commit a sin and did not commit no sin. It's a paradox. I hereby demand to modify the criminal sentence that has been given to Sonetto.
Considering someone's physical condition, the investiture can be simplified.
哇，等一下，这个剧情要把它剪进去吧。这个辩论好精彩哦，而且它的 BGM 也配的超好哎。手机电量不足，开不了另外一个萤幕，另外一个萤幕还要手机电量足才可以开哦。你是苹果手机哦，苹果手机的确没有字幕。晚点再玩，反正3期也抽到了。等一下，这里所有观众都抽到3期了吧？
The law of excluded middle, a good sophism. Good for you to create a paradox from one sentence of my argument. But pitifully, you've made a fatal mistake.
未之所以非犯罪者，也非未犯罪者。哇哦！
You've taken my argument as the basis of your defense. I said people without a number should be expelled from the Hall of Truth. You don't have a number either, Miss Outsider. Based on my argument, which has also been approved by you, I argue that all your arguments are invalid.
等一下，他那个洋洋得意的那个声音有点令人讨厌。被埋了，对。太干了，涂个护唇膏。
There's no time left. 13 has a number. I saw it.
请问在场有没有抽到神奇的吗？有吗
What? 37, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah. I read her number just now. 13's number is 0.
零代表孤独。我刚刚不知道脑中为什么会冒出最大公因数的这个。你们班换位置，然后你被换到靠墙最后，你根本就是那个吧，眼不见为净吧？老师是这样子想的吧？救出女儿救场吧，真的零哎，零是零不意外，我也觉得是零。
That's right.
我以为可能是直数哎，135之类的，
including that hat. You don't want those good ears to hear this private conversation. That pad of paper from the miss? Yes, the one wielding. One visitor to the island took out a baguette from his luggage. You can learn the punishments for them from the paper. Only God knows how. Oh, the debate. That's really a pain in the neck for that logic. But it won't change the fact that the debate is only a game. Anyways, whoever fools the others first will win. And that argument of hers is the best attraction for the audience. A special number. A 0.
可是我觉得无限比较好哎。
That's ambitious, darling, and I love it. But you need to know that infinity is the most unfamiliar thing for the people, and that's why it triggers the most curiosity.
你是已经上了吗？确定的吗？确定上了吗？你上次说的，我有点忘记了。
Whoever tries to eat up this elephant with one bite will get all bloated and pinned by their own weight, waiting to die like a turtle upside down.
流油四肢朝天的短腿乌龟，等一下，这是什么形容？这是乌龟，这么很像形容一只小屁猪啊。
By then, I guess you would be eager to throw up the elephant and turn back into the adorable, easygoing 0 we all like. See, just like you, people are always on the way to finding something that can satisfy them undoubtedly. As if what they already have was disappointing. They stare at the flame of the matches, read the tea leaves in the cup, and bustle around the instruments with star patterns. Now, back to the number we just talked about. Oh my! It's the prediction of your whole life. You owe that spirited little genius a thank you. By the way, what do you see in her number?
She's 37.
I always know you're a quick learner. You're very good at noticing new things.
拿掉一半的无限为零。可是我觉得无限比较好啊 ，Double Zero 不好啊。他被他形容的是一个朝天的那个胖乌龟，这件事情我真的是，你当初玩重版就是为了上课玩，
That's right.
你现在可以再回来玩啦。
37 is only 37, a nice unique prime number which equals the word genius. At least everyone prefers to think this way.
37是 genius 的直数哎。
Why not deify the one that is able to reach the truth when you have the chance? I guess you also did that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
What? How wonderful cute. 发生在数字与数字。他今天更新到底更新了什么东西？为什么更新完之后这么容易跳掉啊？又跳了，对啊，他今天的 PC 版有做一个 patch， 不知道又 patch 了什么。零代表永恒的孤独。
No matter if you found a bargain.
这几天都在更新，我在想他一定有什么问题，所以才会一直这样频繁的做 patch。 不过也可以说是女的零，你也可以说是男的零啊。哎，等一下，零通常是形容男哎，不是女啦。连2、3天都在跟，对啊，好奇怪。哎，他刚刚走出来的样子很可爱，咚咚咚咚咚咚咚咚，好可爱，我的天哪！
Given that it could be found，
你对这些不感兴趣，我也没什么兴趣啊。但这些是大家在谈的都会知道的事情。在场的有感兴趣的。
The final demonstration. Given that, welcome to the world of numbers.
哇，哎，他的大招真的很好看嘞！他的大招花了很多特效去做的哎。
Be found a perfect argument. Are you a rational number? 4 is a bubble.
哦，局长安安，下午好呀 ，Long time no see.
The final demonstration could be found.
你今天怎么有空
Welcome to the world of numbers.
突然想要3期满座，想一想0期还是算了。是不是？满座3期不会让你后悔的，拜拜。哎，第二个闪电龟出现了，局长拜拜。
37. You just said Vertin's number is 0. Do you know what it means?
Very clearly.
Very clearly.
Would you be able to submit proof to a payron?
No problem.
Half of you in this hall have put in the pebbles.
满座3期很猛，追击几乎可以不中断哦。啊，那吉良，你为什么不是在日服？突然觉得哀伤。尼基下一集的角色还是很像，我觉得尼基的角色一直以来都很像吧。
If 37's argument is found to be true, every argument Vertin has spoken in Sonetto's defense will be deemed valid. Sonetto will be exempt from the punishment. I will announce the result once 37's proof has been validated by a payron. Thank you for your time.
你在日服直接带飞，对啊，加1我顶多2硕5硕太难，没有关系啊，鬼岛，你加1对我的帮助也很大的。但要等到1.7的版本。
Sonetto! Timekeeper, I'm so sorry. I tried my best, but still I couldn't understand the debate. I failed again.
What happened to her? Come here, little girl. We need to move her outside.
210其实人蛮好的耶。
Lie her down on the ground and wipe her palm and feet with dew and peppermint oil.
你这满座没可以帮台服的朋友。
That would be okay.
你3期没有想要满座一下吗？聪明的实在相对还是不太能变通哎。你不觉得 Sonetto 就是那个吗
The distinguished number 0.
Sonetto 就是那个啊，直女，理科女，理科女的思考。
I'm kidding. I'm 210. Well, instead of the number, I prefer people call me the rhetorician.
总觉得好人。
I've heard your preachment. Pretty demagogic.
That's how logic works. With logic, I can prove that you'd cease to exist in the next moment, or that there are no other people in this world except me. Achilles can never outrun a tortoise, and a flying arrow is forever motionless. This debate is nothing but meaningless wordplay. That pacifist let you off this time. 6. A perfect number indeed. For he knows the benefit of reconciliation. Who wants to have blood on their hands and be devoured by the cycle of hatred? Yet it's a torture for any intelligent mind to hear such an immature debate. Can you feel the suffering of our leader now?
6是一个和平主义者，是不是？听他这样讲起来，所以他的每一个数字都代表了一个个性，是吗？心动但不行动，但你的心动指数还不够高，再高一点。耳朵带蓝莓的修辞学家，这是蓝莓还是葡萄啊
？I'm sorry.
No apology needed, Miss Outsider. I also feel sorry for your pain. Given that 37 has revealed your number.
What do you mean?
37. Our evil little genius. The most cunning star of Hermes. She's been having fun revealing others as numbers for a long time. Our numbers are our essence. And it's also the most important proof we get once in our lifetime. But she enjoys taking that opportunity away from you. Just because her talent allows her to do so. She did that to her friend, too. She found out Sophia's number. But without casting an eye on that paper with her number on it, Sophia threw it into the sea. Sophia is Sophos. But you... I pity you.
Why pity?
It doesn't seem like trouble to me.
Alas, poor little Vertin. You still don't understand. The number of our souls suggests our fate. It might be changed through algorithms temporarily, swirling, shifting, or transforming alongside other changes occurring on the coordinate axis. But in the end, we can only be ourselves. 1 is thought. 2 is opinion. 3 is wisdom. 4 is strength. 5, enthusiasm. 6, harmony. 7, order. 8, philanthropy. 9 is restraint, while 10 is completion. 0, however, is in the middle of the axis, the origin of the frame of reference. It's neither positive nor negative, neither prime nor composite. Things are ever changing, but you stay the same.
他这句话说得很棒哎，而且他用的英文单字用的超专业的，我的天哪，我好喜欢这一段哦。应该准备合作就默默收起3期的想法，邪恶小天才3期。你是9，你是9。等一下，刚刚说9是什么？9是克制，你是克制吗？你算克制吗？等一下，如果你们每个人要自己选1到10，没有0的话，1到10，你们自己会选什么数字啊？我觉得如果是我的话，我好像不是6，就是1耶。9良久矣，万物不停流转，而你永恒不变。这句话好有感。对啊，我超喜欢那句话。还有就是你就是你自己的这个，我觉得是人生赏会选6，我也觉得人生赏很适合6。人生赏也是一个和平主义者。鬼岛是4哦，力量。哦，我觉得团子应该也是不是力量就是热忱。哈瓜感觉是2， 万物不停流转，这个好赞。对啊，我觉得我觉得他的那个，这就是为什么我这么喜欢1999。我觉得他的那个所有的台词都是精心有去思考过要写的，超赞的。
Your loneliness also lasts forever.
永远孤独。
This is your fate. Being exposed in full view of the crowd, yet you know nothing about it. 37 was acting on impulse, yet she opened Pandora's box. She leisurely reveals your fate. That carefree behavior makes no difference to picking up a shell on a beach. How could I not pity you?
Miss Verton.
Six.
37's proof has passed the review. Your friend will now be exempt from the punishment for violating the rules. However, she has to take some catch-up lessons on the scripture. Please, meet me at the hall tomorrow at noon. I would have words with you.
是不知道的情况下公布他是零的这件事情。对啊，可是我觉得他另外一个说法，意思是因为0这个数字在他们所有的数字之中是代表，他的意思是代表你永恒的孤独嘛，也就是你比其他人更可怜，然后经历的更多，然后我觉得没有人想要让自己的数字被其他人知道。然后在你还没有心理准备的情况之下，就被其他人公布说你是拥有永恒孤独的这件事情。可是我觉得还好但是我觉得呼应到之前的剧情，不是他一直有说他是孤独的嘛？感觉时间一直在回流，可是全部就只剩他这个。我觉得他有回扣到之前的前4章的剧情内容超赞这个剧情写的好棒哦！呼应到之前的，对吧？超赞的。生活中有3种人，等一下，正如您会在奥林匹克运动会上见到的3种人，这3种人今天就靠自身之外观察，万物中最为崇高莫过的追求者。等一下，那一段好好看，但那一段为什么不能
Before this negotiation begins, I wish to tell an allegory to the two of you.
让人整个人发麻，真的。
A group of people were imprisoned in a cave. Behind them, there was a fire. Before them was a tall, solid wall. Their legs and necks were chained and fixed, so they were constrained to look nowhere but to gaze at the wall in front of them. When they dropped their eyes, they saw their own body. When they looked up, the flickering light of the fire fell over them, and they only saw the shadows of what was passing behind them. No one had lived one day outside the cave. The shadows cast on the wall all there was to be perceived as reality. They had no knowledge of the real world. One day, one of them escaped from the cave, walked into the light, and saw the true world with his own eyes for the first time. Everything he saw or felt in the cave was nothing more than a mere shadow of the object's true form. Our world is a poor one, Miss Verton.
我们的世界无异于垃圾。等一下，这个结论有点好笑。
The phenomenal world is the cave in this allegory. where we are surrounded by shadows or some humble fractions of the truth. It is ugly, frivolous, filthy, perishable, subject to decay, and filled with hollow desires and meaningless struggles. Only the wise can walk out of that cave and see the world as it truly is. In that eternal, transcendent world, everything is in its most perfect form. I pray that you, Miss Verton, the representative of St. Pavlov Foundation, and you, Miss Arcana, her counterpart of Manus Vindicte, would pay heed to my words.
成熟之手代表
Everything you've been fighting each other for means no more than some fragments of phenomena to us. There's only one thing worth doing. That is, to seek higher wisdom, develop one's virtue, and achieve greatness in life. We have never set foot on the soil dampened by the storm, nor have we ever been involved in the disputes brought by the torrents of time. I beg you, do not take your conflict in the phenomenal world into the realm of truth.
For certain. It was never my intention to sully the sanctuary of truth.
Then, to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I would like to ask you two to carve your names on these 2 stone bangles and drip a drop of your blood on each of them. Once the bracelet is put on, no one will be able to remove it. From now on, as long as you're on this island, none of your people will draw blood from one another. Or the bangle shall draw all the blood from you. The peace agreement is so decided.
十环好赞哦
I appreciate that. I'll sign it. The peace agreement.
只有在这座岛吧，那个十环只在这座岛吧。
Lady Verton, we meet again.
阿卡纳对兔角官方把
I wish the best to thy friend.
都把。我觉得他会出
She's
在
doing
某一
well,
个
thanks to you.
某一个活动剧情会出现的。
You're most welcome. Thou shalt quench, for times hath changed. I would not wish to shed even a drop of Arcanist's blood in vain.
But Schneider should be the victim of a merciless bullet?
边吃饭边看，慢慢吃。
Pardon my pitiful child.
不要再说我 pity 了。
Did you forget? That merciless bullet cameth from a gun never belonging to me.
What's Manus Vindicte's purpose to be here?
Hearken the archaic wisdom. Just as thou doest. I am not surprised. I adore thy visage, Lady Verton, emotionless in the storm. Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live, including thee.
A wooden box in the Elitiaus base has my name on it. Was that your doing?
Sadly, it wasn't. I hope thee findeth the answer satisfactory.
Snyder, 哇，真的，这边 便能看出菲尔丁的愤怒。对啊，因为他那个石环不是就在燃烧了。哦
It's burning.
Is that Miss Arcana? Miss Arcana, please, don't go! Save us!
And save Art!
Art?
No! Come back! Come back! You ignorant foreigners! I just started introducing vectors and matrices, and that's the most interesting part! Vertin! Great! You always show up at the right time and right place! Stop them as people! Whatever it takes!
他在逼迫他学东西，是不是？怎么这么可爱？艺术？对啊，是那个吗？是艺术家吗？等一下，刚刚那一幕太逗趣了吧！我要笑死了。
Handy. No worries.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
你要一个文组理解数理根本比要命还痛苦哦，真的。身为一个文组人，我超级可以理解的。身为一个文组人，超级可以理解。不要跟我讲什么化学、物理不算是，要求我放过我吧。可爱哟。
Please.
今天表示数学那么有趣吗？这么向量举行，拜托不要！我连元素表都背不出来哎。
Wanna watch the time?
Handy.
Simple Plan 多好玩啊！
Don't blink.
啊，三角函数还可以啦，但如果你说背什么化学式，然后化学元素表，哇，那个我背不起来。不是会分那个文科班跟理科班吗？我每次看到理科班在学那个的时候，我就想说，如果是我可能会爆炸。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Please.
Sin cosine， 我们那个叫 tangent 吗？那个我有点忘记最后一个叫什么。
Right wing.
Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Handy. The show's on.
Whatever. Сколько побед?
Time waits for no one, even for a great king.
Swallow my exhaust.
他连小兵都这么硬哦。
Handy.
Time.
Plan A.
Red 38 is about to return.
Look at you. They must have tried to fill your little brain with long preachment. But you should feel lucky, because at least they didn't give you a quick...
的确有歧视啊。
Oh, how modest. Try to reach the corners of your mind, if you would. And there you will find it. Yes, those people in gowns. White gowns with gray diamond patterns. One of them was standing on the stairs, gathering all the little vacant items. Teacher, instructor, tutor, the educator. but they have nothing to complain about. You know what they say?
希望可以拖延一下时间，不想要这么快被抓回去。
They showed you a broad there is a distinction, but in fact, there exists another path in the woods. It's much less traveled, leading to the unknown. So, which will you take?
对林间小路很感兴趣。
Oh, that's not an easy choice to make. This grandma must give you a round of applause. I would have even pinned a boutonniere to your suit if I had one. But I have to remind you, you've seen the living proof. Many were freaked out after they came. Oh, my. That was a bit over the top. I hope I didn't. Here's some good news to cheer you up. Actually, I'm sure you know that myth. You shall take the soul of your love out of the underworld, yet you shall not look back. The ones with the belief set off. They entered the dark woods barefooted, yet moved. They kept their mouths shut and eyes forward. They showed frugality, patience, and wisdom in the face of hunger and danger. So the beasts continued to lurk in the shadow. And the ones with the belief passed through the woods. Think about what I just said. That which is real is reasonable. Never look back in the woods, darling. If you don't want to be turned into a pillar of salt which can do nothing but wail, then never ever look back. Yes, we'd better stay awake, stay calm, stay cautious all the time. But then there comes the problem. How can you ignore your love for those thriving plants and blooming flowers? Of course, you will cry the loudest cry, dance the what? After all, there is no need to enter the woods if the soul-stirring scenery. No, so you better let it slip your mind, darling. Just let it go and hurry forward. Remember, when you do so, the scenery will no longer mean anything to you. Is that what you want? Don't worry. We have plenty of time. You may come back at any time.
我知道诉说这些小径故事的人到底是谁啊？他感觉就很像一个旁观者，然后再看着我走那些主线剧情。
Congratulations, Miss Sinetto. You are the fastest learner of our doctrine among all the visitors in the past half-century. On behalf of all orators, I award you this laurel wreath.
都跟人家讲完恐怖故事了，才跟他讲
No, no, I wouldn't have achieved this without your guidance. Those mathematic statements are really inspiring. I've learned a lot. But there's still something confusing me, such as Pythagoras and his golden thigh, his memory of the previous lifetimes as the son of Hermes, and the transmigration for every 216 years. Could you please tell me more about these?
怎么了？等一下。
Why would people fail to see the charm of the matrices?
刚刚那两个。
This is not right.
这两个人被抓到了啦
I need to spend more time on teaching.
超级高材生神那种，没错。
Thus my journey of art is doomed to fail.
等一下，这个剪影真的是那个艺术家吧？
I really don't want to study maths anymore. Help.
Timekeeper, you are here. I heard that you completed all the lessons on the scripture.
一定不是
This
时间的
laurel
问
wreath
题。
suits you well.
这是天注定。
Timekeeper, I'm sorry.
Their destiny.
At the assembly, I failed to understand the arcanist logic. It was totally different to the debates I have participated in. But now I have... That was not your fault, Sinetto. It is now behind us. I need to tell you something more important.
Ooh.
I've signed a peace agreement with Arcana, and the price of breaking it is death.
等一下，那个死亡契约仅限于这座岛吧？这座岛而已吧？史内佐刚刚张大眼睛的样子真的是很惊讶哎。
So Manus Vindictae is also restrained by the stone bangle like we are.
Yes.
Yes. She put it on without hesitation. But I don't think her purpose would be as simple as hearkening the ancient wisdom. I attacked Manus' followers earlier as 37 asked me to. But I received no punishment from the bangle. Perhaps this island makes its own judgment on what to be classified as hostility. Like it has a mind of its own.
所以它有限定目标哎。
Do not report this to the headquarters before we figure out how the bangle works. After all, there are many other things to investigate on this island, other than Manus Vindictae.
I see. I will contact Miss Juvis and Miss Moiselle first and keep an eye on Arcana. Timekeeper, this island, the Manus' mask, and your suitcase are all immune to the storm.
Hey, 沙发桑，晚上好呀。
Does this mean we could collect more asymmetrical nuclei R samples?
What?
I tried to collect some samples last night in the outer region of the island. But the detecting device showed nothing. If we were to find out more, we have to go to the center area.
What are you conspiring now?
沙发桑你没有抽到哦。我们这里有4抽、10抽、20抽、30抽、70抽，
and do not jump
跟
over
140抽。
The assembly will not be held every time when there's a crime. Please take heed of my warning, and do not overstep the line. Learn a lesson from them.
谁呀？哦，出现了，出现了！
Lilia, didn't you say you have Regulus with you safely?
Safely.
Apologies, Vertin. I was going to rescue Sonetto through a very creative underground tunnel. But things didn't quite go as planned.
抽了180抽3只歪了的是个梅兰妮。
Not a bad innovation for a simple clap on the forehead. If only you didn't miscalculate the location of the explosion.
结果我们现在最后的一名是沙
This
发上哎。
apple is grateful that it didn't get blasted into a
你不
puddle
难
of
过了，人
apple
生长
jam.，
你不难过了。
Warning. Shell cleaning required. Warning.
I don't know why, but when I was in that cave, ideas kept flooding into my head. Though, judging by the outcome, they weren't all good ideas.
这样我真的很好运，4抽中。第二好运是几两10抽中。
On a routine patrol, I found them trying to break into the cave. I'm not surprised that an irrational number would try to trespass on forbidden grounds.
可是他是先歪了，歪了之后，
the
最后
integer
才抽
and
到
the
3只的
fraction?
不是吗？
What were you
他是先
doing with
歪
her?
啊。
This is a serious crime.
Do we have to go through this debate again?
Oh my god！ 想到就累。
It's okay, Timekeeper. I will defend Regulus. I've thoroughly studied the scripture, and this time I'm sure I can do better.
Forget it. Forget it.
It is unwise to waste time trying to understand an irrational number's motive. Besides, we should let the reckless take care of the least important matters.
直接放弃了 Regulus。
That's it. Regulus, you will come with me to clean the beach.
Oh.
Huh? Me? Again?
Me again?
Since you have too many floating points, words of discipline would not work on you. We would have suggested you study with the rest of the students here. Abstain from eating meat, bathe in cold water, rise with the Apollo star, study our doctrine, read the scripture aloud on the beach, so as to remove your floating points and purify your soul.
Oh my god. Oh
what?
My god.
I won't do any of that.
But taking your peculiar character into consideration, I decided that some compulsory labor would be the better option.
不是你一共5个6星，3个3七，你3
I'd rather
个
clean
3
up the
七。
rubbish on the beach than be surrounded by people giving sermons all the time. At least the rubbish doesn't talk gibberish.
Oh my god. 3个
I'd
3
be
七
dead if you
耶
didn't！ change your mind.
好的，好的。
Regulus, studying the scripture is not that scary. They will
用原
teach you and
声
guide
前
you
瞻
until you
兑
take
换
full
码了。我跟你
command.
说，我跟你说，等一下，等一下。
Just like taking lessons at school.
我跟你说，我呢今天睡醒了之后呢，发现信箱躺了一封信，就是元神告诉我说，哎，那个前瞻兑换码有3个，记得要赶快去换哦。兑换时间只到3月2号的中午12点之前哦。但那个，我睡醒看到信的时间已经是2点半，快3点了。我就这样子跟300原石说再见了。哭哦！嗨，晚上好呀，魅魔，最帅气的魅魔，晚上好呀。对
啊，
就是这样。
Is that what schools are like?
哀伤。
Haven't you been to a school, Regulus?
我还不死心去点了一下，想说一定是有什么
A great pirate would
不
not
会射这么
remember
准。
trivial matters as such. So, where were we? Which part of the beach needs to be taken care of by the great captain?
哎，我昨天
My
有看到
laboratory.
那个，
Whoa! Where did you pop up
哎，
from?
等一下，我昨天看到那个谁啊？我昨天看到 Facebook 的有开，然后一起在看
Aren't you
前瞻。
supposed to preach to the visitors?
哎，那个不是已经结束了吗？
I've seen their numbers. A group of negative repeating infinite decimals. They will achieve nothing but to repeatedly step in the river of mistakes. I gave up on them.
你不就是其中一个恶魔的种类吗？魅魔
Fine
，16页魅魔。
Those of you who are
有很多，
complicit in
是
breaking
哦。
into the cave will also be sent to labor. Sonetto and Lilia will come with me to patrol. Regulus, you can go clean the lab.
是没错，但
As
不
for
是
Verton,
不是什么，不是恶魔，我
you
知道
will
啊。
assist 37 with her study of the
我知道你不是恶
emanation.
魔啊。
Don't waste more time on the trivial matters of the phenomenal
前瞻有很
world.
多
Integers. That was the
我记得
sole reason you were on this island, was it not?
这不是直播吗？
Don't let down your guard. The arcanists on this island are not as easy to deal with as you imagined. Down in the cave, I heard some pretty alluring and intriguing anecdotes.
Miss Lilia, this way. You will cover this area.
16页，你认命吧。
Stay on the radio.
帮你抽签支，我原神的运气又不好。我原神的运气又不好，不一定会帮你抽中啦。
Don't worry, Timekeeper. Lilia and I will keep an eye on Manus Vindictae.
We are counting on you, Sonetto. I have
We
a
are
feeling
counting you.
we are coming closer to a big secret.
看来要色诱这小胖虎，你才胖，你全家都胖啦！我才不胖嘞，你才小胖。等一下，等一下，等一下，面具又要从真理课中逃走了。
Nothing
死心花笑死了。怎么这么不死心啊？
No worries. Plan B. Plan A.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Conventional choice.
你以为你现在抽一个捧爱心的表情符号，我就会原谅你吗？这次的解密超级难，他们刚刚有跟我说，但因为我还没有走到那边。
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? A little trick.
会跟大家讲超好。
Don't blink.
但是已经放弃那2个人了，不是吗？有吗？他不是把他抓回去吗？他有说他要放弃他了吗？
Plan A, Plan B, Plan A. An unconventional choice. A mice pass.
轻轻松松他们终会明白数学的美妙。老天爷，好哀伤哦！他们终会明白数学的美妙，我是无法明白啦。
What am I looking at?
在沙滩山鸡说那2个人没救了。
So your so-called sacred project is this gigantic IDM
他可能还是想要再试一把。
I was curious about them during my stay in Laplace. Those later versions of the model are so much better than the 66 ones. But this one doesn't seem that far advanced to those. This is not a junk piece the man has sold you, is it?
Items of the phenomenal world are all a waste. This one is long broken. After the emanation, we couldn't find anyone to repair it. Why do you keep referring to the storm as the emanation? What does the emanation mean? It is the waves of Numa. We are the expellees of the world of forms. We were banished to this damp and dark cave. Everyone here is obsessed with the fake light on the wall, but forgets to look for the truth. Numa, however, will lead us to escape the cave and return to a more supreme realm.
Oh.
Eh? You make it sound like we're living in piles of rubbish.
我们的世界就是个垃圾堆。
Of course not.
笑死。
If you ask me, I'd say you have absolutely no idea how wonderful the outside world is, because you have never left here to try it yourself. Dr. Pepper, the music festivals, Rory Storm, the Hollies, and the Rolling Stones. Oh, there are too many to count. If it weren't for this sick storm, I would still be riding a motorcycle in one of those races in London.
Oh.
Your soul must be pretty contaminated.
你的灵魂应该很污浊吧？
And the computer, they can calculate extremely large numbers within seconds, better than hundreds of thousands of you combined together.
In the case of numbers, it's not the bigger the better. Also, this computer has never played a useful part in our study.
那也是因为它坏掉了。
Come on, mate. You people just leave it in a cave. It's like sending an infant to the kitchen and waiting for it to bring you dinner. Never mind, you'll see what I mean after I fix it.
Can you fix an IDM Regulus?
No, but I've seen the Laplace people do it. Shouldn't be too difficult, I assume.
等一下 Regulus 很强
Oh, the dust! When was the last time you sent people down here to clean? Oh, some critters are nesting here.
电脑太强了吧
Bertin, come give me a hand. They won't let me touch them.
我只是修个电脑，为什么还要打敌人啊
？Nothing unexpected.
我是要跟灰尘作对，是不是？真的耶！这下这也可以打敌人？哇！太逗趣了吧
！Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh oh. Hello.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Plan
A little trick.
团长出乎意料的万能，对啊，什么都会哎，他很强哎。其实他虽然就是被大家形容2回合才有1次攻击，但他你看，非战斗以外的他很强哎，是不是？总是有用处的，我们不能低估他。
Right win.
No.
你们还没有吃晚餐，都要记得去吃晚餐哦，因为距离看完所有的剧情，应该我猜至少还要快2个小时吧。按照这个剧情的厚度，我猜应该还。
The show's on.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Time waits for no one, even for a great fool.
Swallow my exhaust. Oh. Haven't you eaten?
Handy.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
A mice pass.
豆包这个小灰尘。
Right win.
That went smooth.
Exactly.
绿色的数位。等一下，这电脑太大了吧？
It's great to have you clean the laboratory, Regulus. Your floating point immediately reduced.
Oh, is that a compliment? Sounds like one to me. Thank you.
It's like a compliment.
It's a wordplay, Captain. Infinity minus any numbers still equals to infinity.
Fine. I should have given up the idea of changing your eccentric sorting system a long time ago. What's the meaning of humans inventing computers if these machines were only left here for some critters to nest in?
Thanks to you, now we can have a look at the previous models, Regulus. But it's a pity since it only has the data before 2003. Everything in the past 4 years has gone missing.
哦，因为没有运作，是不是？所以没有那个资料。
This is our chronology, Vertin.
等一下，为什么它可以
From 1999 to 2007, the emanation has taken place 7 times. In the initial 4 years, the emanation has a pattern. First, it brought us back to the 90s, then the 80s, and then the 70s. After that, it suddenly leaped to the 30s. In the subsequent 3 years, it took place twice. Every record here can perfectly match what is in the Foundation's files. Wait, these are the records before 2003, you say? But this one refers to the storm in 1966, which happened recently. These are indeed the records before 2003. What's following the records is our forecast.
Oh.
That's That's to say, you prophesied the 1966 storm 4 years prior to its occurrence.
好强哦。
How is this possible? That you are clever enough to develop such a precise mathematical model, while at the same time you just let the IDM become the home of these critters.
We just worked out the patterns in the number sequences. You made such precise prediction even without leaving the island. That's incredible. You don't need to go into a river to find out the pattern of its flow. Moreover, we would send people to observe in the phenomenal world. My mother was one of them. She is the co-author of this model. Nobody knows this computer better than her.
So you have a mother too?
Two? 37. Where is your mother now?
为什么讲的一副好像这个世界里面的人没有
Like
父
many
母一样？
people, she was restored to her true form. Since then, I took over this laboratory.
他妈妈也被雨那个了。
The form, you said? 37? What is it? What kind of question is this? The form, or the essence, is what's left of you after all the fakeness has been peeled off.
等一下，这个世界的人为什么被教导的，好像对于死亡，觉得只是回归原始世界啊？怎么好像都没有一种觉得很感伤的感觉啊？
Now we are listening to the New Year collection. The world-famous painting Mona Lisa was found and returned to Musée du Louvre in the afternoon of December 13th. The U.S. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act on December 23rd, formally establishing the Federal Reserve System. The conflict between Austria-Hungary and Serbia has escalated. Bulgaria challenged the Bucharest Peace Treaty. Tension is building up over the Balkan Peninsula. In London, futurists gathered under Big Ben, celebrating the upcoming 1914.
This is news of the outside world.
不同所以应该在他们的眼里可能没有死亡的这个概念。
What about on your side?
为什么突然出现红弩箭的声音
Well, I am with Sophia. Arcana's still in the hall. She hasn't taken any action so far. Got it. Please keep an eye on the Manus followers. Be mindful of the restrictions set by the Bangle. Who are you talking to? Just checking up on Lilia.
Please stay vigilant during the patrol. This is the last place we need to check.
总觉得会发生事情。
We must keep this graveyard clean. Our dead deserve to be left in peace and undisturbed by the phenomenal world.
这是墓地。所以这些几何
Miss Sophia, you said this is the graveyard?
是墓碑 What?
Yes, the geometry graveyard it is called. 4 years ago, my father was restored to a geometric body on his way back to the island. So was 37's mother, who was also on that ship.
What?
Why are you crying, Sophia?
I was wrong. We calculated it wrong, 37.
We miscalculated the impacted area of the emanation. We thought the ships would be safe in the Gorgon current, but the safe area is in fact 5 degrees away. When the emanation happened, the bow of their ship had just entered the safe area. But it was too late. My dad is gone. So is your mom.
What?
I know. But why are you crying?
What?
My mom and your dad have come back to us, right? Have come back? Do you call this coming back? Like this? In the form of geometric bodies, cold and silent, being pushed to the shore? No, they have gone somewhere further. Look at them. These geometric bodies. How pure and how elegant. I've never seen such perfect geometric bodies before. If they are not from the eternal and transcendental world of forms, how should we explain this? 37? I'm going to study the emanation, Sophia. This is the best chance ever. The transcendental world finally opens its door to us. We will reach our hands to the forms and explore the oldest and eternal laws. Will you help me, Sophia? Next time I will definitely make a better calculation. I promise.
What? 它还原是几何图形？
Thank you for assisting 37 with her research, Sonetto.
No, I didn't do anything. Timekeeper knows the storm better.
You have helped us greatly by just coming onto this island. For all this time, 37 has been locked up in the laboratory, refusing to talk to anyone, nor participate in any group study. Since the 2-day emanation in 1929. It is you who helped her revive her interest in other affairs in Apiron.
These are Timekeeper's contributions. I barely did anything.
I can't help 37. Because I don't see the charm of numbers. I lack the perception that an integer should have. That's why I can't see my own number.
The number's charm? Sorry, I have never thought about this. For me, Arcanum is my inborn mission. If you ask me, you are an unbelievably excellent Arcanist. You can flatten the ground, clean up the beach, and rectify errors. You did it in an efficient and precise manner, which is already an advanced ritual.
Any students who have sworn to knowledge can do this easily. They aren't doing my job because they wish not to waste time on these trivial fragments of the phenomenal world. Because they have seen the truth.
这张剧情的故事非常需要时间理解耶。
The phenomenal world is never complete. Like you can never draw a perfect circle there. No matter how much time you spend on it or how sophisticated your device is, it is impossible to draw a perfect circle in the phenomenal world. Arrows always exist. The floating points after the decimal can be reduced, but not destroyed. The perfect circle only exists in the abstract transcendental world. Of course, anyone in the world can find out the value of pi through the most primitive method. Egyptians, Greeks, Chinese, and Babylonians, they have all tried. They made circles with twine, painted on the ground with twigs, or measured the land with cubit rods. But none of them actually drew a perfect circle. However different their practices were, they found out the sole truth, the approximate value of pi. Because the essence of the circle is hiding in the imperfect manifestation of it. This is the truth. It is eternal, unchanged, pure, and transcendent. Anyone can reach out to it at any time, in any place, by any means, and everyone will get the same answer from it. The forms transcend all matters. The world of matters we live in is being flooded and destroyed by the tides of Numa. When the tides recede, what is left on the beach is the essence.
This doesn't sound right. Let me think. How come your theory reminds me of the Manus Doctrine?
37. We see the storm very differently. Among all the other things, we saw it first of all as a disaster. But earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, these are also disasters. These catastrophic events happen not because they have a reason to destroy. They just happen in this world. Like we do.
Like we do.
This is what my mother taught me. She must be proud that she's a perfect geometric body now. I'm sorry for mentioning your mother. Why do you apologize, Furton? Are you feeling guilty? This is a very unusual feeling for a number like you. I don't get it. Why did you say my number is 0?
等一下，他这一段很需要好好解释哎，他的说法的确跟重塑之手其实没有差多少哎，老实说，这都是一些对我来说也都是一些诡辩哎，就是为什么我会觉得这些事情都会是正常发生，所有事情会回归本质，感觉就是很没有什么情绪起伏吗？都是很理性的在看待这些事情，好奇怪哦。这为什么感觉很像在那个某一个教派在讲一些东西一样
？I just saw it. The numbers of everything and every being would just emerge in front of me.
感觉371是不是因为母亲的关系
I see it, and I speak it out loud. That's it.
我觉得37应该不是因为母亲哎，我觉得37很像是那种，有一种病症是，我很难去感受到其他人的感受，然后一切的本质就是这样子去说服自己。可是我觉得他是天生就这样哎，我觉得倒不是因为母亲，而且因为他是母亲的教导也这样觉得。所以也不是因为母亲过世才这样觉得。Welcome back， 伎俩。我觉得应该是这样吧。
210 told me numbers imply our fate. Don't believe him, Verton. Numbers are just numbers. I know nothing about fate. Fine. I don't think I like 210. And the feeling goes both ways for us. Because I once said he is a poor number, 210 equals 2 times 3 times 5 times 7. He is the product of all prime numbers between 1 and 10. Looks like he has it all, but he doesn't have any real forte. He likes to sugarcoat himself with metaphors. Only those with a flawed essence would adore the trickery of words. This is indeed an extreme comment. And 6 is no better. Every leader of a Pyrrhon has been a 6. 6 is the perfect number since it equals the sum of all its proper divisors. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. But this number has been overrated. He's not that special.
What about your number? What does 37 mean?
I don't know. I am 37. I've known it since I was born. So does everyone else. People told me what it means, but I have never tried to prove their theory. I know very little of fate, so I always think, even if I find out their essences, does it mean I have known them better?
37 once tried to tell me my number. She wrote it down and put it into a bottle, but I couldn't get up the courage to open it. I didn't want to know. I once made a horrible mistake.
哦，他又要那个了。我们再来看我们那个一个直播是要重开几次游戏。完了，我这样故事要
It's
重
always
看
good
吗
to？ have you here, no matter if you.
可恶！
I just saw it.
我们
The
可能要
numbers of
快点跳。
everything. I see it, and I
210.
don't believe him. Because I once said looks like he has it.
This is indeed an extreme.
And 6 is no better.
好
What
烦
about your
哦！他
number?
为什么一直
I don't know. I am 37. People told me what it. I know very little. Even if I find out their essences, does it mean I have known them better?
"37 once tried to tell me my number. She wrote it down and put it into a bottle, but I couldn't get up the courage to open it. I didn't want to know.
让脑袋缓缓也好。
I once made a horrible mistake.
哎，这个真的很需要思
An
考它的
unforgivable
剧
miscalculation.
情想要表达的意思。哎，
It makes me worried that I may also be a mistake. So I threw the bottle into the sea.
哦，哎，这一幕蛮好看的。
This is how 37 is different from us. We are all prisoners of that cave.
That's why 这个章节叫做洞穴的囚徒。
Only the wise one can find her way out of the cave and return to rescue the rest of us. I'm the ignorant prisoner who sits, and she's the wise one who I will be crushed into dust by the truth, while she will be the star shining above it. 红发姑，她是红发姑娘吧？ The truth is like the stars in the night sky. beautiful, but cold. It has been there long before my existence, and will stay that way long after I'm gone. It sheds no tears for the weak, nor laments the tragic fate. It's forever bright, and always moving forward. The person who avoids the truth is not qualified to study it.
抓到错字。
I'm sorry. My interpretation has been emotional.
No. I think I kind of know how you feel, Miss Sophia. However unworthy you think you are, there must be something we can do. Maybe we can't reach the core of the truth, but we can clean up the path to it for the future explorers.
哦，他那个转笔真的很好看。
This is our fate.
Interesting insight. I have come to understand why 37 likes you so much. Let us go back to work then. Start from dusting the tombstones.
Sophia 更有人类的
All right,
温度。
I've had enough of these Soul Numa-related idle topics. I want to have a look at your model. Wow, seriously? How did you get this far?
可是有温度的其实比较好哎，不觉得吗？
This model has been proven wrong. For 4 whole years we had been optimizing it. But the emanation in 1929 only lasted for 2 days, which means our calculation was entirely a failure. That model is just like this computer. It's a piece of junk. And this is all I can present to you.
转到这个火热温度的无理数。
No, it's not junk. I think I know why your model didn't work.
重点来了。
What? Manus Vindicte has changed history. They accelerated history, forcing historical events to happen earlier than they were supposed to. Thus, the storm in 1929 occurred sooner than it should. No way. Controlling the emanation, changing the history of the outside world. Numa is eternal and transcendental. It won't obey any orders given from the phenomenal world. Neither will it change its patterns because of some fragments. I'm telling the truth, 37. I've been there, in the storm of 1929.
Dun dun.
Your model was not wrong. You just missed some key information. You've never been to the place where the storm falls, and thus know nothing about the symptoms of the storm syndrome and the true purposes of Manus Vindicte. No! That's impossible! Even if there are means to control the emanation, it wouldn't be like this. If this is true, does it mean the phenomenal world, this insignificant phenomenal world, is more transcendental?
Yes!
Mother's model was defeated by this? Vertin, could you give us proof? The proof that Manus Vindicte accelerated history and triggered the emanation. I swear I wasn't lying. No, not like this. To prove it in front of a Piron. Go to our sacred place. To the Hall of Truth. In the depths of the cave. There, everyone can see the essence of the world. I beg you, give them your proof, just like how we submit the proof of our soul number.
感觉要被拐出门了。没有，他要拐我们出门，他自己不出门。太 还是要拐我们出门，他自己不出门，过分。
Come here, place your hand on it. I mean it. This is a Keelium, and even the most from the sea. It arrived with a meerschaum pipe, a glass jar, a pack of sugar cubes, and a both she and the Keelium were born on the land where the craft originated. Their appearances apply the same dominant color, and the patterns in them share similar complexity.
我们赢不过天才的。
Oh, your curiosity is aroused. But we are not done with the carpets yet. Look at these handmade fabrics. How splendid! Those incredible patterns were but they are just people like us. What if they get distracted? What if the carpet knots go off the right track? Then you will be in trouble. Big trouble. All the problems in the universe will come at you, and the situation will be even worse than the bureaucratic system of a I like the pragmatic quality in you. I'm sure it will make your life even more wonderful. Oh, don't be mad. Some make troubles and others deal with the troubles. That happens. 知道麻烦就有人得解决麻烦。老天爷，这个不就是小孩知道麻烦，然后父母就要负责解决麻烦的意思吗？ You know, every question has a questioner when they are raised. Likewise, every error has a corrector when they are corrected. The correctors. An ancient profession. Their duty is to remove the loose threads and iron. No one is capable of doing this job except the altruists, because it is similar to unraveling a ball of wool. And she, the red-haired little girl with the carpet in her arms, was overwhelmed at the beginning. Not yet familiar with the ruler, she tried her best to find the end of the threads. So the cats took the opportunity to jump on her together and left. See, that's the problem every corrector has to deal with. Their job is to correct errors. What? But what if their own existence is also part of the error? What? Oh, it's no big deal. There is more than one loom in this world. She left the complicated patterns behind and came to this simple kingdom featuring numbers only. There she made the first contact with a spinning loom named geometry. She had never seen anything like that before, and it was almost impossible for her to comprehend how it worked. Without a whole picture of what she was working on, she resorted to her hard work and more hard work. Then a long time passed, leaving one wound after another. In the end, her hands were no longer tender, but tough enough to resist. Yes, she's a quick learner. She learned even faster than some of the locals. But that was not enough. That girl is like a perfect piece of satin board. In order to reach the showcase with that perfect piece, she has done everything she could. But, she is still the most distinctive carpet there. Anyone can tell that as long as they spend some time on the island. Of course not. She's only a bit different from others. So she will continue to weave on the loom until one day the spindle pierces her callus and the fire burns everything to the ground.
这感觉很像在说这个岛上容不下其他跟你不一样的人哎。
I should stop here. You know that mathematician who was thrown into the sea? He died because he said something he shouldn't have. Cut not wood on a public road. Open not an unwanted bottle. I don't know what to say next. I guess the best luck.
What? What?
？Wait a second, just a second.
没有，他在讲的应该是在说索菲亚，可是我觉得他那个 那个女生要表达的意思是指想法不同的人就是索菲亚应该算是更趋近于人类想法，跟应该这样说好了。我觉得岛上的人都是非常理性派的，没有所谓的一点错误，就是我的观念就是我的观念，我们的想法就是我们的想法。你要么就是 follow 着我们的想法，你要么就是应该说什么非属之地的，你不属于这里的人。然后索菲亚应该就属于后者，所以她为了让她可以融入这个地方，很努力的去打磨自己，然后进而变成她觉得她不是她自己，她要变得跟她的那个跟37一样。我觉得应该在讲这个，可是我不太确定是不是。但是他讲的的确是索菲亚的小故事。
Isn't this still the dungeon? Are you setting us up?
超理性派，就像很多宗教不都会有那个吗？
This is the way to our sacred place.
很有自己的教派跟想法。
I remember Sophia once told us that trespassing on the sacred place is a serious crime.
晚上好呀。
No worries. The restrictions were to help us not be distracted by the unimportant details in life. It would not stop us from seeking the truth.
这样真不对耶。
Excellent. I will tell it to the Abraxas when it shows up.
阿琼，我真的好想知道阿琼如果出现在整个画面会多震撼。主播37跟你回家了吗？回家啦。周四的时候我4抽4只兔子就带他回家了。
Are you scared?
我对类似地牢的电动过
You wish, but when I was exploring underground with Lilia earlier,
真的
we ran into some fog like this one. It doesn't bring you any wanted guests, mind you.
40？你40抽中吗？淼淼
Maybe you were their target because you are an irrational number.
Rational number.
Oh, is that so? You integers will be fine then. Good luck. Don't beg this pirate for help later.
Hold that. Something is coming out.
抽4次就带3期来讲超酷。哦，怪物来了！你20不错了啦，淼淼。
A head with 2 snakes as its feet. Abraxas. That's weird. Why are they here?
我们统整过了，我们这里现在有4抽、10抽、20抽、30抽、70抽。沙发上不知道到底算几抽，然后140抽，原来是4次清成40，没有4次，哈哈。4只兔子就带他回家了。你算是前段班了，淼淼。前段班现在20抽的有2位。
They're coming for us.
冷静。
What did I say? Don't bet.
Regulus, prepare for battle.
Okay, I know. I was just teasing her.
所以他不能作战吗？
The stone bangle is activated, but they're just Abraxas. Regulus, wait for their attack. Do not kill them.
What kind of request is this?
Listen to me, Regulus. That's of prime importance.
你杀了他，我就死了。
Fine. If it is of prime importance, this pirate will try her best.
等等怪物是不是就是重塑之手？阿奇翁是重塑之手。我们想的应该是一样的吧？因为那个10环只会对重塑之手有效果，对不对？
No. Plan A.
Fine. A little trick. 我的牙签表情怎么感觉很像肚子痛啊
Haven't you eaten?
Stop. the land. Plan B. Plan A.
Thank you for your cooperation.
A mice pass. 3, 2, 1.
我就很像长硕之手。我记得我们刚刚看到的阿曲翁不是长这样的耶。他说不能杀死他哎，那我们在这里把他杀死应该没有关系吧？
Plan B.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
肚子的牙线有点微亮 ，right？ 我也觉得像吃错东西。
No worries.
Plan A.
Fine.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Don't blink. Haven't you eaten?
The show's on.
Whatever. Сколько побед?
招大招下去。哦，浪费了。
Considering someone's physical condition, the invest.
That's it. I still have 10 more songs to play.
These are not the same kind of Abraxas as we've encountered before. Do they have different varieties?
Wait, where is Miss 37?
What?
Hey, come on, keep up.
等一下，他放我们去战斗，他自己
Did she
先
just
跑
take
了
off。like that while we fought? Sneaky little. We should leave two Vert in.
等一下，我跟 Regulus 的想法一模一样哎，笑死。
Do you sense anything familiar in the fog?
Uh-huh, you bet. This is the first guest room we were put in when we first entered the island.
No, Captain. This apple has the same strange feeling. We saw the rise of Ceres in the same kind of fog. And before that...
That's the same fog as in the Elitiao space.
That is to say... This fog is the cause of our illusion to see the Ceres and the Abraxas' attack.
看起来是哎。
Don't rush to conclusions. Follow 37 first. Oh, and what's that series you were talking about?
I just picked up a piece of paper.
先来去小七买
Like
食物
this,
等
just
等
bent over
人
and
生想
reach
什
to
么
the
只吃
ground.
小七的食物啊？买好吃一点的，路上小心。
What book is it?
Oh, probably just some math problems left from the critter's breakfast. You never know. Wait, the compounds of alchemy. The 12 gates lead into the discovery of the Philosopher's Stone.
8点很在。
This is that alchemy handbook given to Edward IV by George Ripley.
不要
Why is it here?
Look at this, Captain. Of the Great Stone of the Ancients by Basil Valentine. The 112 books by Giga.
啊，今天的确
Emerald's
是，
tablet
而且外送
in
费都很
Latin.
贵，我这边外送费要60几块起跳。
Seems like there are
所以我
more
把那
ancient
个早
texts
餐
about
跟
alchemy
晚餐
hidden inside the
还有
whole.
晚餐一起买
But。they are all incomplete.
出门小心哎。
Oh, so maybe I need to crack some more crossword puzzles to find out about this.
也不是你做，都是 Mr. Apple 做。
Our caves endow people with wisdom.
拜拜。
Our secret knowledge is hidden in the silent boulder walls. The knowledge in those books is just a drop in the ocean. Follow me, Regulus.
有时候感觉这很像没有感情的那个感情的小玩偶。
Vertin, you lot go ahead. Go with 37. I will meet you outside.
You want to read these books here? The knowledge passed down through language can easily be distorted. Compared to the wisdom of a Peron, it's nothing.
适合他的所在啊。She belongs
no,
here.
I'm not going to stay here. I'm going back. Oh, all right. I might as well just admit that your cave indeed has the power to give people insights. If I follow its lead, perhaps I'll finally work out the answer about that little thing I've been carrying with me. Never thought that I'd find the answer here. Easy as picking up a shell on a beach.
刚刚自己说的话哪里？哦。
What? You don't want to get closer to the truth?
Oh, of course I do. And that's precisely why I don't want to get to it so easily. I don't want it to be fed into my brain.
Regulus 很有个性哎。
Come on, it's the ultimate truth that we're talking about.
超有个性的。
If someone just tells me the ending of Lord of the Flies before I enjoy the book, I will throw them into the sea as you people do.
这跟我们玩游戏一样哎，谁在那边先跟我讲结局，我这也会很生气。
I only met 2 people who reject the truth. So this is the mindset of irrational numbers. I see. Thank you for being my subject of observation, Regulus.
我想要知道另外一个是谁。
We have a long way ahead.
女儿美，真的，我想要知道另外一个拒绝的人是谁。
Be careful, Regulus.
Don't worry, I know this place well enough by now. After all, I've never been so welcomed in any other place ever.
笑死。
Critters, monsters, creatures with strange heads. Do you worse. This pirate is not afraid of you.
最熟悉的地方。很好笑哎呀！哦，我们快看到那个结局了耶！晚上好呀，小欧。晚上好呀。
No. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
我们来帮海盗帮他清一下他的那个路者们。等一下，按照鬼岛这样说，等一下 Regulus 会自己回来。他应该会回来看真理吧？基于某一些原因，听起来是这样子。
Fine. Handy. Thank you for your cooperation.
Don't blink.
不是，等会知道。哦，好。
Plan.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Don't blink.
Plan A.
Time.
Plan B.
Don't blink.
An unconventional choice.
现在他可以安心返程。
Apiron, the boundless, the beginning of all things. Everything originates from it and returns to it. Infinity has no start and no end. But nothing would come into existence if there's only infinity. Look up there, Vertin. Now they are presenting in their true forms. In their purest and newest forms. Our world was born from the wounds on infinity. When it's cut by finity, the patterns of the cutting are what we call mathematics. Thus, the essences of numbers exist inside all beings, and the patterns of all numbers exist in all matters. The length of a butterfly's wings and its body are in golden ratio, and the plant leaves grow on their stems in the pattern of the Fibonacci spiral. This is the most primitive rhythm of Arcanum, and it is also the beginning of our extraordinary study. This is the essence.
And how do I submit my proof?
Close your eyes, Vertin. Only when your eyes are closed will your mind open up. Now, stay fully concentrated and recall the question you want to verify. Only in the absolute contemplation can truth reveal itself to you.
The storm, the emanation, the storm syndrome. Where are they from? Foundation, Manus Vindictae, Aperon. What roles do they play? Why does the storm fall when history trembles? Why doesn't the storm fall into the misty land? What is the ingredient of asymmetrical nuclide R?
The world is a dark underground labyrinth. But Numa can guide us to go beyond all things and reach the exit. Vertin, can you see it?
It's burning! What's going on? Is somebody fighting with the Manus now? What's happening outside the cave?
Vertin, why are you straying? The meditation goes beyond control. You will be thrown out of here. This would be a foolish mistake. The repair on this is...
What?
Alas, no man shall bravest the storm and live. Including thee.
What?
37! 37!
他那个撞声词用注音很厉害哎。
were all those illusions?
What?
If it weren't for the heat of the stone bangle that wakes me up,
哦，人生
would I go as crazy as they
最重要
did?
的摩门特了。
This stone reminds me of the spinning wheel. The collector of asymmetric nuclei are. If the reagent turns gold after reacting with the fog here, that means the fog contains elements that can be immune to the storm.
What?
The color changed faster than I thought. The concentration of R is hundreds of times, no, thousands of times higher than in the Manasys masks.
要搞事啦！
In other words, whoever owns this cave can produce the protective equipment of the storm in big numbers. Is that the reason why Arcana is here?
Ah! 原来如此。
Oh, Mother, our model hasn't failed. Hasn't failed.
免疫暴雨，对。
I need to take 37 out of here. So the Abraxas were people from the manors. The fog here can affect people's minds, like those around the lake in my suitcase. Have the Manus found a way to launch attacks without being punished by the bangle?
他们怎么可以攻击？你问的
Don't
问
they
题
care
跟
about
那
the
个
price they will be paying
贝尔
anymore?
顶问的一模一样。How?
I hope Regulus didn't throw my words to the wind. I have to get rid of them first and go out to join the others.
Dental checker.
等一下，这剧情越来越有
The peace
趣
agreement no
了
longer。works. Or is it safe as long as the contracting parties have no intention to fight? The conditions are not clear. A reckless attack may lead to the punishment of the bangle. I have to be careful with the method and timing of attacking.
What do you mean? What? 我还要选择。
Merci.
Handy.
Time.
Please, don't resist.
The sword is drawn.
A mice pass.
A little trick.
Wait. The body is melting. It turns into a seed. So this is how the Manus fight against the restrictions. They sacrifice one man to feed another.
好过分哦！他们怎么可以不把人命当命啊？怎么这么过分啊？
No worries.
Bravo.
Plan A.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
The sword is drawn.
Don't blink.
The sacrificed follower has been absorbed by the seed. Is this some kind of ritual?
In no cave, one can see the form of everything.
37. Can you hear me?
3之4，等一下，所以那个种子会变成
看。
我觉得那个种子好像很危险的样子啊。
Merci, bravo.
Please, don't resist.
Right win.
重塑根本搞事仔，就跟2014的保护伞一样闹。
The dead followers turned into geometric symbols. Is it because of the cave?
怎么这么好笑？形容的超好的耶。
So the seed is the form of Manus Vindictae.
The forms Drex and Donatus.
听不懂我在喊什么。What？ 月格莫夫，晚上好呀，月格莫夫。
Things are not as simple as I thought.
What？
I must make a plan and exercise great care.
他怎么变成一个这么逗趣的怪物？长得也太可爱了吧！我的天哪！
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Pansy.
花脸月格莫夫有抽到37了吗
Right win.
An unconventional choice.
不战之约，谁在那边跟你现在不战之约啊？大居住海的G3，谁现在在那边跟你不战之约啊？合理吗你？
Whatever.
Plan A.
Merci.
Pansy.
突然从搞事变搞笑，对啊，这个画风突然巨变，有抽到，但好像大保卫，哦是哦，
The sword is drawn.
大家还是有抽到，可以的。这样看起来大家都抽到了，只是抽少的问题。啊！
Follow the will of gods.
Plan A.
Merci. His trumpet
嗨
sound.
，Monkey， 晚上好呀，Monkey。
The judgment
今
day
天
has
有空
come.
回来看一下，你该不会又在加班吧？你今天又加班哦？
Nice move.
还是你在陪女朋友？
Time with the noble.
接下来的6更重要。没错，我已经准备好雨滴了。我现在有10只兔子跟8000多的雨滴，可以的，可以的。我们可以把6带回家的。
Form of Manus Vindictae. It's more distorted than I thought. It's all over.
Considering someone's physical condition, the investiture can be simplified.
Oh, last chapter.
Vertin, finally! The Manus suddenly emerged everywhere like ants. Lilia and I couldn't take them all down. I would have acted sooner if you hadn't told me not to pick fights.
Bleen, all they want is to attack, even if their blood will be sucked out. Insane! Back when we were spying on them, I told Sanetta to screw the peace agreement through the radio.
I knew those geometry psychos and the Manus would go mad sooner or later. They were not that crazy when they were solving the math problems. There.
哦，这就是你刚刚你说的那个 boss 是吗？
The cave is the key to be immune to the storm. There is a cave on this island which has the same effect as my suitcase. That's what the Manus are after.
What?
But hasn't she also put on the stone bangle? Even if she can break free from that bangle, there is no way she'd let her followers keep carrying out suicide attacks. And if she has signed that peace agreement, how will she take the cave from a Byron?
真假的？
Curtain.
Oh. 设计这边 wake up.
What's that?
I'm afraid you have overstayed your welcome, Ms. Arcana. I have to regrettably remind you not to overstep the boundaries, despite the great help you've given to us.
I take not thought for needless disputes, but to ask a simple question. The great philosophers, ye seek the ancient wisdom, follow the sage's teaching, and pursue the noble virtues. You are separated from the world for thousands of years, and you have not gained the human's understanding, nor have you sought for it. I find pleasure in this allegory of the cave. However, hast this been unto thee? That who led us to the exile in this cave.
我可以想象恶难版的很硬，因为我前面几个章节打那个二弦的时候，我就已经觉得，哦，怎么这么难打？没有办法顺利的得到。哦 What is that？ 这是飞机吗
What are they? I've never seen these before. Why are they here? These things should not appear on this island.
No! 37, no!
What?
Sinetto, did you bring the humans' army here?
What？ 主角们斩杀了海怪，岛失去洋流的保护。哦，可是他们并不知道啊，不知者无罪啊，他们不知道。
Dental checker.
被强制撬开。对啊，等一下。
Watch the aerial stunts.
他们一定要每次都把剧情的最后搞成这样吗
？A little trick.
我是不是要去看那个支线的那个剧情？它会继续延续下去，对吗？
啊，是。
Relax. Handy.
Fine.
Thank you for your cooperation.
A nice pass.
Oh oh.
可是我总觉得一定是重塑 作之手在搞事不然他们到底怎么会阴错阳差的来到这个岛上？阴错阳差的是要杀掉那个海怪，是不
？Plan A.
Wanna watch the aerial stunt time?
3, 2, 1, down.
Right win. Don't blink.
Plan B.
Wanna watch the aerial stunt time?
A nice pass.
Right win.
岛出事啦！就是要看是谁留收音机小姐给 Birdy， 会讲吗？支线剧情会讲吗？确定都是阴错阳差吗？拉拉，不是啊，他这样子的那个感觉就是，好啦，我觉得一定不是阴错阳差啦，这个对不对？特别篇。我是要走这个友好会晤对吗？应该是吧？是吗？支线剧情应该是这个吧？Star 主角群应该是被利用了。啊，是哦。那边是补充，没有战斗。
So this is the library in Pertin School. So many people here. They're probably around my age.
这边会补充到刚刚主线剧情的后面的东西吗？还是刚刚主线剧情的人类进攻的那一个是要我要等到第6章才看到？看完额外剧情，记得升级荒原的组成，可以再升级。我看完这个就可以升级荒原，是不是？大小姐，一部分而已。
The people here really need Mr. Teacapper, who is always nice and warm to the guests. Just twist his teapot ear, then he can take you anywhere. If not so, placing a luck-a-day potion at the entrance would help as well. If I had made it before I came, Miss Buanish and I might have met by now. Or she will just pop up behind me. Are you looking for me? Oh my word! Oops, that was too loud. Where are my manners?
好可爱哦。
Oh, nice to meet you. Are you Miss Buanish? That's fantastic. How did you find me?
等一下，火炬历史性的手势会多有历史性。
Either way, it is the great Arcanum.
我听了就是可爱，我听的是蛮可爱的。
Look at you, dressed as if you'd just been to a ball.
他们两个感觉很搭哎。
The pigment board on a sketch. I saw you the moment I came into the library. A ball. Does the foundation hold balls too? Non, I'm saying. Est-ce que tous les amis de Vertine parlent comme ça? Never mind. Madame Z told me you wanted to look up the materials on the mysterious school that believes in numbers here.
Ah, 这就是补充哦。
That's right. Miss Mossel told me she will thoroughly check the documents in the Foundation archive. So I'll go through the books in the SPDM library. If we can find anything about that school, we can be of more help to Vertin and her team. I'm sorry, Miss Sotheby, but I'm afraid the situation is going to disappoint you.
While you spend the last hour looking for Ticketler's ear, the kind-hearted monitor assistant already gained valuable access to the library. But I haven't found any records regarding the mysterious school that believes in numbers yet.
Oh, but Ms. Moissel said there are so many books here that they can cover the entire back of a Stronsay beast.
That's a bit exaggerated, but she's right. Nevertheless, the librarian was transferred to a more important position years ago due to the storm. Many old books are not yet sorted. Some even went missing in the chaos. The only relevant materials I could find are the stories of Pythagoras and some books on mathematical theorems. But I don't think they have anything to do with 13's issue.
哎，马蒂尔达的眼神也很可爱啊，他们两个真的好搭哦。
Happens. I can't do anything to help them.
好可怜哦。
Please stop being emotional. It doesn't work on this professional member of the foundation.
情绪化行为，笑死。
Without field investigation permission, I
等一
can't
下，
take
这
you
个就
out
是
to
所谓
collect
的遗物克
information.
遗物吗？
But in fact, there is still another reference
太好
room only
笑
known
了
to the most outstanding monitor assistant.
Hooray!
吓到了。
It's a violation to make noises in the library. Please follow me, Miss Sotheby.
机会渺茫的任务。
Thank you so much, Miss Buanish. You mentioned ball. I haven't heard that word for a very long time. I remember what Mr. Carson, my butler, had taught me. He said, express your gratitude to fair ladies by holding a grand ball. I'll write to my father and ask for a brand new, unsinkable and maneuverable rock and roll park. I'm sure he will gladly say yes.
移动摇滚
Maneuverable rock and roll park?
What is that?
Yes. We can hold a twist ball on it when Burton and her team are back.
扭扭舞会
Please allow me to say no. The monitor assistant of SPDM will never participate in such an inelegant activity.
扭扭舞
Wait, did you just say Verton and her team? We can talk about the ball later. The kind-hearted Matilda Buanish will try her best to help you with the task. But, of course, it's
他
only
是
out
觉
of
得
her
那
sense
头
of
会参加，所以
responsibility,
他就立
not
刻
for
改
some
变主意，
personal
想说
reasons.
哦，那我也要参加。这些人怎么都这样啊？非必要资讯。当初菲尔是被大小姐救出，然后菲尔克制马蒂尔。哎，对耶，对耶。
Here we are. The reference room storing unnecessary information. It's a place ignored by most staff. Even so, this careful, reliable monitor assistant will not let go of any details. I hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Assistant of Monitor Assistant of SPDM. I will take my responsibility and teach you how to become a devoted Foundation member.
助理。
Here is your first task. Read through these unsorted old files. All of them. I have searched all the archived ones. These are the last parts. Most of them are discarded administrative documents, low-priority materials, and substandard reports written by rookie investigators. By the way, you should know I didn't sort any of them out for you, and they don't necessarily have what you want.
It's all right. Leave them to me. I love reading.
You'd better do. Here's the key. Keep it safe. You can sit on the cushions there when you sort out the files. I don't want your dress to stain the stone bench. I'll go see if I missed any files. Listen, this monitor assistant will test you on your familiarity with these files when she's back.
Matilda 真的很傲娇哎。3 hours later.
Double check completed. Looks like I didn't miss any relevant files. Phew, quite a long day. I doubt if that spoiled lady can finish all the materials. She must have been bored and fallen asleep, waiting for her tea kettler in the dream.
可以的。
It takes much more than dancing at balls to be a Foundation investigator. I'll send her back to that teacher when she wakes up. In the end, it will be the kind-hearted Matilda who finishes the task for her. Being a great monitor assistant comes with great responsibility.
大小姐塞个，我也觉得她应该已经把那些都看完了，对不对？
Oh, let's Spanish. You didn't fall asleep. Did you sort out these files?
Yes. And I love these books in uncommon shapes. There are so many wonderful stories. I often read books with Sasana when Father wasn't at home. We read and read until the red waves woke up the sun. Moreover, these files are much easier than Miss Moisson's reading task. Here, the gentleman from River Conway tamed a whole group of our banks. How marvelous is that?
Oh, okay. Looks like you meet the basic requirements for being a rookie investigator. Tu es plus ou moins qualifié pour être mon assistante en chef.
And I also found this interesting report. It tells a lot about the storm and the numbers. Will this be helpful to Burton?
Show it to me.
会受的攻击。哦，他就不能用攻击来代替就好了吗？一定要写得如此的
I have to say, it is undoubtedly a violation to submit such a report, but it will be a travesty of the truth and human sense if I cover it up.
Peace, sense, justice. They have always been the creeds in my heart, and are now the reason why I have decided to write down the whole thing. A long time has passed since the first attack of the most severe crisis in our time, but we are still wondering, what on earth does it mean? That was the eve of the millennium, of which no one had any memories, illogically. The next day, time was already reversed to 1996, the moment we opened our eyes. We walked out of the building made of grey and white marble as usual, hardly aware that the sun we bathed in was from another time. Our survival was unexpected and almost unbelievable in such a calamity which swept the globe. Why did the headquarters of the Foundation survive the reverse? Why couldn't we find our younger selves in the outside world? Did any other region survive it as we did? What was the cause behind this calamity? I didn't know, nor did anyone else. Things remained unclear until time was reversed again. This time, We all witnessed that reign in the 80s.
These files Vertin needs? I think so. It's a report written by someone who witnessed the storm. And it has recorded the storms before Vertin became the timekeeper.
这是最一开始的那个 storm 吗？第一个 storm。哦，我们就来看看我们这一个直播，他要就是死掉多少次这个游戏，死到我都已经无感了，很冷静，冷静到个不行。
It's always good to have you here, no matter if you found a bargain or...
没反应的来的，对啊，他已经荡到我都已经没有办法给他任何的反应了。趁这个现在把我那个任务拿一点。1700。哎，这也是故事哎，这也是故事哦。等一下哇，等一下这个章节的故事量怎么这么大？支线故事，哇哦，传的故事就一个小段而已。哦 ，OK。
Before she became the timekeeper? Whoa. So Vertin wasn't born a timekeeper. She didn't tell you that? Wait, no one is born a timekeeper. It's not an inherited title.
讲一下船上的东
Anyway,
西有
this
什么
report
用意
includes the secret chronology only
那个好
accessible
像
to
就
the
不需要
core
特别那
members of
个
the Foundation. You can
大家自
only
己
check
私底
it
下
under
看
the
就好了呗。
supervision of the monitor assistant before you become a qualified investigator.
然后他就在主线层了，
No matter what the reason is,
所以他也
it
是有
shouldn't
相
have
关
been
点的嘛。
shoved in this dusty room like rubbish. To evaluate its authenticity and risk, the genius Mathilda Boiniche will fulfill her duty as the monitor assistant and carry out a thorough inspection of this report. If you agree to this resolution, please nod, Assistant Sotheby.
Nod your head.
Yes.
That was 1985. A gloomy, miserable night compared to that peaceful morning in 1996, when we were only bothered by confusion. We didn't expect time to be reversed again, nor did we understand the consequence. Even now, I still remember Paulina's desperate cry. One of her hands was already inside the safe area when she fell at the entrance to the headquarters. And that was the only part of her left to us the next second. The only legacies we found were an engagement ring on that hand and her favorite blue polka dot scarf, which we used to wrap her remains in the end. To be honest, I admired those who still remained calm and sympathized with the arcanists on the edge of mental breakdown. It had nothing to do with the 1/4 arcanist blood in my body. It was only the kind of empathy which all mankind would share out of instinct in the face of a hopeless calamity. We lost many, too many colleagues.
Welcome home.
In the materials they sent back, we even saw all the horrifying phenomena, such as one's veins turning into electric wires. Since then, the storm, a word simply taken from visual observation, has been used to refer to the calamity. Of course, we can have a word for the calamity itself. But what words should we use to conclude all the absurdity and panic? Before the storm, we were all familiar with time. It was supposed to be a straight line connecting the past and the future. We followed the line to move forward. We broke free from ignorance. We built civilizations. We developed technologies. We promoted the well-being of mankind. And we improved our living conditions step by step. We were so sure that we were making progress on the right path. But then, the path was taken away all of a sudden. Oh, time, our closest old friend, where are you taking us? Back to the two most painful war times in the 20th century. The era when no one had ever heard the hiss of steam engines, or the century when mankind was yet to be enlightened. So far, mankind has achieved a lot in history. Dynamos, automobiles, flyovers, railways, hospitals, poorhouses. But if it goes on like this, what is the point of all the efforts we have made? Now we are like a shipwreck left on the island of time, witnessing the fall of the whole modern world in the unstoppable tsunami. Even though the Foundation has lost a lot of staff members, they are still doing fine compared to Laplace. My younger brother was a good example. He was the most sensible person I have ever known. On the first day of the second reverse, he told me, in a calm manner,
"At least we have reaffirmed that Newton was right. There was never an arrow of time in classical mechanics. Neither in relativity nor quantum mechanics. That means this is absolutely normal. Whether the time goes backwards or forwards, even if it starts spinning around like a tabletop football player. They're not against the law of physics. We can go back in time and give Poincaré a medal of great profit."
The next day, he almost fell off the 6th floor due to excessive drinking. All the perceptions of time and space developed to this day were overthrown. We couldn't find any theories to explain the storm in any existing researches. There could only be two reasons for this situation. Either we've been completely wrong all the time, or we've come to a brand new world. And this new world can never make sense in the way of science, or that of physics. It cannot be verified by an independent third party, and it is impossible to be comprehended through reasoning. Is it true that we have been going the wrong way? Is it true that those once proven wrong by history, those arcanists who claim to possess gnosis, are actually on the right path? In fact, the one who put an end to the chaos was indeed not a human. This thing, I had no idea what it was. It claimed to be a machine which never stops working. It laughed at the limitations of our brains and the metaphysical mistakes we make ceaselessly. But it did solve the most urgent issue. A system was built to tackle storm-relevant emergencies after it took charge of Laplace. The first measure it adopted was contacting all the existing branches of the Foundations at the time to confirm the scale of available manpower. Then it built observation stations all over the globe to find if there were any other regions immune to the storm. After that, numerous offices responsible for deducing the cause of the storm were established. Even though there were countless disagreements during the research, at least we had taken the first step. I handed in the application to take part in this mission, determined to get rid of the fog in my mind. In 1986, I was assigned to the office in Egypt. All my friends came to the dock to see me off, because we knew it could be the final goodbye. Even though we were equipped with the emergency communication devices issued by Laplace, we were still not clear when the storm would assault us, or where we could hide nearby. What really scared me was not the threat to my life, but the possibility of dying ignorant. Then I boarded the ship to Alexandria from Athens, and that was when I met her.
Ooh.
Now when I recall it, it was almost impossible to ignore that group of arcanists on the ship. There were about a dozen of them, all in eccentric stitched robes. They were followers of a strange school which mixes arcanum and mathematics. I talked to them. No matter how much that conversation bewilders me now, I was more excited than confused at the time. They also survived the storm in 1996, and they noticed the unusual changes taking place in the world as well. That means I actually met another group of survivors from the millennium.
Wait! A school of arcanists who survived the storm?
就是那个岛上的那一群人吧。哇，等一下，这个支线剧情太好看了吧！
A mixture of arcanum and mathematics. The ship on the Mediterranean.
应该是现在那个岛上的人们。
Unbelievable. Our investigator actually met this group of arcanists who believed in numbers, and even left such a precious record down on paper.
Does it mean we are close to being helpful to Virgin?
快点，倒得过去。对啊，快点！但我想要知道他那个记录里面到底记录了什么。
Certainly, it's what we deserve for all the efforts today. But why did they leave such an important report in the reference room storing unnecessary information? Did they misput it here after the chaos of the storm?
没有，我觉得是故意的。我觉得是故意的耶。下一页，下一页。
Among them, the most easygoing one was Hugh. He was an engineer as well as an arcanist. We shared the same preference for human technology, and that became our common topic. Hugh was in his 30s, red-haired, cheeks sunken, and deeply depressed due to some kind of eye disease. He was a decent man, with a prudent attitude, working at a desk most of the time. He reminded me of the imperial miniature painting artists in the Sultan's palace. Most of them ended up blind after toiling for their life. He showed me the picture of his daughter. I don't have children, but I could feel his happiness as a father. Although I got along well with Hugh, he seemed quite out of place among that group, which was actually led by her. I don't know what words to use to describe her. She was like a meteor shower, a tempest, or an unreasonable catastrophe itself. Her existence was just like her name. It was simple, yet implied a lot. Please forgive me for my cowardice. Even now, I don't have the courage to write down her name. if one would call that a name. In fact, she was quite a kind, warm-hearted person. Among all the unregistered arcanists I've met, she was one of the nicest ones towards the Foundation. She looked young, even though I heard she had a daughter too. Besides, she still possessed the innocence of a child, and that kind of excitement exclusive for genius. That's right. It seems the whole world was like a sparkling toy to her.
不是 Hugh.
Our communication was heart-stirring at the beginning. Both of us were eager to find out what was happening, like two shipwrecked victims grappling at each other on the sea. But I didn't have the slightest idea what she was talking about, actually. The problem was not the typical communication issues between humans and arcanists. I was sure the language we used didn't pose any obstacles, but still I couldn't understand any words of hers. I would believe that one is highly intelligent if one can name all the factors of 11,567 without thinking. But what this one said was illogical nonsense which no one could ever imagine. She claimed that there is a world of numbers, above all else, where the non-physical essences of all things exist in the form of timeless, absolute, unchangeable ideas, and that the physical world where the time flows is nothing but an appendage, which has never been real or true. And that's why the chaos in this world is not worth any attention, and we should focus on what happened to the supreme existence. What an utter disaster combining modern maths with ancient superstition. I saw another hubristic arcanist pretending to be the prophet by reliving Platonism. I don't even bother to mention the balderdash on soul numbers. Even the New Age movement could use some of her absurdity. But that was not yet the end. She even claimed to be aware of the exact year when the next reverse would happen. But when I asked her about it seriously, she said,
"My apologies. I've made an oath. I shall and only shall reveal the demonstration to people who have their own soul numbers."
I'm not sure whether she was making fun of me or being serious, but I had this feeling that she was eager to tell me how she was granted the secret through a moment of afflatus. It seemed she just saw through the laws behind all things instead of finding them through logical deduction.
Can't you see it? It is right in front of you.
After I expressed my inability to comprehend her words 30 times, she finally gave up and proffered regrets. I'd rather take it as a new kind of humiliation. What really irritated me about her, however, was her contempt towards science and all the scientific research methods. As far as I'm concerned, the value of a theory lies in its reliability, universality, and generalizability. Our pursuit of the truth has laid the foundation of modern science, allowing us to change the world. Yet, in her eyes, the value of a theory lies in its beauty. I talked to her on the current situation, and I told her how we would save lives and preserve the hard-earned technology of mankind if we could find the pattern of the storm. It was of course not an easy thing to do and would take enormous manpower, so I asked her sincerely to join the Foundation. Yet again she responded with contempt. She believed they would only become another military squad of the Foundation's.
Darling, maths are beautiful for their uselessness. That's why it remains noble and graceful in this sordid world, despite you humans' reckless action of using it to calculate ballistic.
She turned down my invitation and left an unfairly negative comment on our storm observation project.
The observation stations you built are destined to be toppled because their basis is the fragile world that follows the laws of physics.
The efforts you've made are like nails on a sand beach, which will only be carried away by the next tidal wave.
But I said, perhaps our efforts are in vain, but someone has to do it. We will try every corner of the beach before making the conclusion that the world we are living in is already a hopeless ruin.
What a pragmatic, rigorous, and rational speech. But dear, the world is a hopeless ruin.
Whoa. The conversation ended in disagreement. I don't know why arcanists hate the world so much. Perhaps the reason is they have never been truly accepted. To this day, I still remember her venomous conclusion.
The world built on past experiences has ended. In your words, which you used to mock us, why not embrace the reality?
哇，呛爆了！你们为什么不接受现实呢？
Yet about the gnosis which she deeply believed in, and the so-called prophecies she made through numbers, she had never given any proofs or details that showed rigorous logic.
我也很害怕。
And the reason for her inactions was an oath she had made before some stone? Therefore, I believed her words were only the nonsense of a lunatic. When we first met, I thought she was different from all those psychos, who mistook the malfunction of their prefrontal cortex as the will of God. But they turned out to be the same. In the name of human sense, I swore everything she said was absurd and ridiculous to me. Until...
Madame Z said the arcanists on that island are all named after numbers because they have a strong belief that numbers are the essence of their souls. The investigator wouldn't write down her name. Is it because of the conflict between their beliefs?
该不会是666什么之类的吧？没有了吗？
Huh? That's all?
What?
Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators, but this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Ms. Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time, after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island.
What?
But each time we twist the ear of Mr. Glassbox, Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me the ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the show.
哎，他又要当了啦！到底是，唉，好烦哦！我觉得他的那个当掉的频率也太频繁了吧，太夸张了吧！等一下，我该不会那个剧情要从头开始看吧？
It's always good to have you here. No matter if you found a bar.
到底是为什么这样？好shit！
A mixture of arcanum and
我们要快速
mathematics.
跳哦，
The
跳
ship
到那
on
个
the
马蒂尔达说的那
Mediterranean.
句话。
Unbelievable.
可恶，又
Does
不
it
能
mean we
skip
are close?
Certainly. If it's safe, please put it here.
Among them, the most he showed me, although I got along with, which was actually, I don't please, she looked young. Our both of us were eager, but I didn't. The problem was not, I wish I would, but and that's what an utter disaster combining, but that wasn't, but when I asked,
my apologies.
I've made, can't you see it? After what really irritated.
我都考虑用模拟器算，模拟器应该用。
I talked to her on the current situation.
手游版应该比较不会荡吧。唉。
Darling, that's why she turned down the observation. But I said, the conversation, the word, yet, and the read, in the name.
有了。
Madame Z said the investigator wouldn't write down her. Huh? That's all? Submitting such an unfinished report would only cause problems for the reviewers and evaluators. But this investigator didn't even write down their name.
Don't worry, Ms. Burnish. I'm familiar with this situation. Every time, after the brave Typhon defeats Jupiter, he returns to the Auto Island.
我明天来研究一下，真的很困扰哎，看着看到一半断掉这件事真的烦。
Typhon will show up again and again. Ms. Moisson told me the ear is the key to bringing back our hope.
Wait, don't tell me you are talking about the shows on the mechanical television? Stop, Miss Sotheby. Please, take a seat on the cushion and listen to me carefully. This is a detailed report written by a formal investigator of the Foundations, not some TV show full of cliffhangers. That means we will definitely find the rest somewhere.
Oh, I see. Must be a Coco treant who took away the other part of the book. Usually, they will be attracted by Luna Fixer. And by following their traces, we'll find their lairs in the stable.
You mean someone took it away? That's highly possible. Data loss is not allowed in the Foundation, especially under the Monitor Assistance management.
We must prepare Luna Fixer. Don't forget their favorite jigging magical beans. I don't have those materials with me right now, but I can write to them. It only takes a month.
Nuh-uh, we don't need that. You've perfectly accomplished the task from me when you found this valuable report. Well done, Assistant Sotheby. Now it's time for the great Matilda to show a little bit of her greatness.
等一下，支线剧情有几章啊？支线剧情有几章啊？你们知道吗？6。6那应该可以把它看完好。
Judging from the omen, it's at the northwest, the beginning and the ending of the ring, where the wall reflects.
我刚好可以明天剪一剪，然后再研究一下可不可以直接变成模拟器开，不然这真的是一直当掉。
The northwest of SPDM. This one is straightforward. The beginning and the ending of the ring is not a problem either. The icon of the computing center is exactly the Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail. Here we are. But where the wall reflects repeatedly, does that mean a closed room with mirrors? The mirror in the display center is a huge kinescope in the wall. And the one in the airtight laboratory is a crystal clear observation window. The one in the rehab center? No. The mirrors in the operation room have been replaced with electronic screens of steel structure after that Xenopilot made a scene. So, where is the answer?
电子萤幕也是反射吧？只要是萤幕就是反射啊。
Hey! You just hit me! Shouldn't you apologize?
是谁啊 ？What?
Where did you come from, dork? Wasting my time.
Wow!
What? How could he say that? That's rude!
角色不一定都强力，但是都好有个性。
That gentleman doesn't look well. He's covering his face. His nose is running with purple liquid. Oh dear.
等一下，应该
Did
是
he
有
drink
发
a
生什
whole
么事情
bottle
吧
of purple Chrysandra juice? He needs treatment immediately. Oh, if only I had brought the Phoenix heart nerves with me.
He ran towards the rehab center. Nothing to worry about. Just another patient trying to prove he has recovered. The rehab center has all the facilities and medicines he needs. He will be properly treated. But why is he wearing the uniform of La
这才是重点，他是穿着科算中心的制服。
And where's the receptionist here?
What? 哦。
Does everyone go to the weekend party night?
大小姐的那个脑袋里面 always 都只有 party 或舞会。
Absolutely not. The researchers here are too busy to do that. The computing center is working on the most urgent and vital project, the research on the immunity to the storm. We should not disturb them unless it's an emergency. So please stop calling the office and put down the telephone, Miss Sotheby. This is not the ear of a tea kettler, and it won't take you to any twist balls.
周末派对好哎。他们应该不是参加派对啊。
mais quand même, elle est trop bizarre. Guide new members with caution and patience. Trigger the afflatus at the right time. J'avoue que Verten a remporté une victoire temporaire sur ça.
What happened?
Miss Boonish, I just read the map on the counter. You mentioned where the wall reflects repeatedly. Does the vision refer to the racquetball center?
他们还有壁球活动中心哎，哇塞！
Its icon is a bouncing
也太
ball.
赞了吧！
Let me take a look.
好熟悉的场景哦。
This is really the right direction. Next, empty boxes, glasswares, and copper pieces. Looks like our destination has piles of metal. Good job, Assistant Sotheby. I have to say, I might have gone a bit too hard on you. You are more capable than I thought. Thanks to your prompt reminder, we have saved quite some time.
Sotheby is glad to help.
Glad to help.
Miss Boonish, since you're such a talented diviner, why don't you just
divine the reason for the storm with your inherited arcanum ability. According to Ms. Moisson, the reason still remains a mystery. If the crystal orb can reveal its truth, everything will be much easier for Vertin and her team. Divine the reason for the storm?
哇，好酷的想法哦！
That's impossible for sure. It's a typical mistake of laymen to believe one can see everything through divination.
是哦。
You are an expert on potions and arcane creatures, but you have little knowledge on other subjects. Haven't you received any systematic education on arcanum? Education on arcanum? I'm of course well educated in arcanum, with Ms. Moisson as my tutor, and my arcane friends such as Typhon from the Auto Island, Jupiter, and... Alright, enough! I have understood the fact that the education you have received is not systematical, or say incomplete, imperfect, inelegant. But don't worry, because you are talking to the kind-hearted Matilda. She will spend her valuable time to make it up for you. In fact, the system of arcanum knowledge is not completely separated from that of human science. For example, the modern pharmacy and chemistry actually originated from the experiment of potions and alchemy in the ancient times. They developed into two different systems because arcanists focused more on the knowledge ignored by scientists, which is gnosis.
Gnosis.
The knowledge we learn from divination is exactly under this category. Wow!
等一下，大小姐真的有懂吗？大小姐比较偏炼金术的吧？哦，好像是哎，也不算动物学家，他的确比较偏炼金术那边，因为要收集很多材料。
Or if two potionists use the same ingredients and follow the same formula to make the cost of stop potions separately, their products will also have similar effects. However, if two diviners respectively perform divination on the same thing, they will probably see totally different visions.
大小姐超级偏科。
Because what the divination shows is merely omens. The interpretation of these omens is in fact a kind of subjective deduction based on the reality, and there is no such thing as a standard answer. Even if the two diviners draw the same conclusion, it is more of a coincidence than a result that implies generalizability. So diviners never check the accuracy of their divination through the review of peers. And this is an example of gnosis. Unlike human sense, it is unique and possesses no universality. In other words, even if someone finds out a reason for the storm through divination, they can't have other diviners verify it, because 100 different diviners will give out 100 different conclusions. The scene will be even busier than a concert at Musikverein. That being said, the more possible result we get from the divination is nothing. Divination cannot bring knowledge which the diviners have never learned. The divination of such world-class knowledge, as complicated as the reason for the storm, can only be performed by world-class diviners.
当他哪一天发现有贤者之石这件事情可以炼成的时候，
like that if time continues to be reversed.
第一个应该不会抓菲尔顶吧？我觉得他第一个可能会抓马蒂尔达。
Besides, even Nostradamus is not always right.
对啊，那个已经不是灵芝了耶，他那个是很多系统化下来的那个哎。
Thanks to your divination, we're getting closer and closer to that report, right? You are right. Finding items interpreting making simple prophecies. All these things are just a breeze for the bright and clever Matilda.
无法验证的
But
不是科学。
inquiring about the storm is beyond my ability, and it will only bring misfortune. I will never make such a stupid mistake.
所以他刚刚即使那样讲，他其实也是没有办法验证的，对不对？
In fact, this half of the report and the handwriting of the author are perfect divination media. Besides, our target is not far away from us, and I'm familiar with the surroundings, which have made things much easier than usual. It is true diviners can improve the accuracy and controllability of their gnosis by practicing repeatedly, holding the rituals properly, and making targeted preparations. But that still doesn't mean the result will be absolutely accurate.
似懂非，我也是似懂非懂。What？
The report says
支线下
that
半部
person
故事
who
感
mentioned
觉
school
藏
of
在
numbers
6那
claimed
边。
she was enlightened about the year of
你
the
说
next
Six 吗
storm.
？Six 的角色吗？
Is that also by
可以说是
divination?
系统晚辈。
I am not sure what kind of arcane skills they used, but numbers are indeed a kind of domain too. I am not talking about the specific knowledge of mathematics, but the
它系统化，可是它没有办法被验
themselves,
证，
they are even more abstract
所
than
以不算
images
科
and
学。
languages as kind of symbol.
6的角色应该就等
Even so,
两
there is no way for us to
周后
verify
对吗
this prophet.
2周后
Unless it
6
really
会
helps.
出来。
That is also why it takes almost nothing to spread a prophecy. My mother told me many people in the outside world write to the foundation every day, claiming to be prophets who can predict the doomsday and thus requesting unemployment benefits.
The Tuesday. Unemployment benefits? Oh my! The outside world is far more wonderful than I thought. How fascinating! This Boanish is even greater than I expected.
等一下，这是什么？这是什么结论呢、啊？他这个结论是不是有点太好笑了一点？
I was not the greatest?
什么东西？伟大，这什么结论？
Here we are, Miss Sotheby. Now, this is the moment to verify the result of my divination.
Yeah. 我们要来验证了。
If you look at the ground after the rain, at the end of the trail there may be... But what if we don't see any... Criterion.
Oh, well
said, darling. What you see is not necessarily true, but what is logical is. Because we haven't witnessed or experienced. This point was firmly... It remained true to them until the first drop of rain. Whatever they used to mend the can, there was still a... The chaos didn't last. Does it mean we will find out the truth of time once the secret of the rain is revealed? There has never been a shortcut like this one. So then, observation stations were built all over the globe. The staff learned how to collect and keep the valuable samples efficiently. Order and silence were brought back to the labs. Every piece of gear was placed back on the right track.
哎，与其放任他们在外面捣乱，我觉得基金会该是收了他们。
It was a grand feat, and no one could have accomplished it inside this huge, cumbersome... That's why she made a decision as soon as she read that report. Then she stored the information on her hard disk, and the paper which claimed to have recorded the locations where the storm might happen. Yes, the one with the butterfly-like drawings was retained for data comparison. It seems she's satisfied with the result.
哎，等一下，那个进入第5章之前，先让我去喂一下兔子吃饭，它该吃晚餐了。等我一下哦，让我去喂个兔子吃饭。 我回来了，也要吃这个东西。我看完再叫东西吃。看完我再叫东西来吃。小鹿没收编的话，湖边恐怖故事还在进行中。Regulars 也是啊，如果他没收编的话，哇塞，我们的海上可能会非常的混乱哦。这是在哪里？
Where are we? Lost and found of the racquetball center.
等一下，壁球场馆长得应该不是这个样子吧？是不是哪里有问题
？The orb showed copper pieces. We need to find something that seems to be locked, but is actually not. Found it! Nothing can stop the genius, Matilda.
The trip to Egypt didn't go smoothly. The ship was hit by a common storm at sea. We were lost in the fog after that, completely off course. Then something emerged from the water. Since the first storm, the Foundation has received frequent sightings of arcane creatures which should have been extinct in history. I had no idea what I was shooting at, even after I emptied the clip. And I didn't know what to do, so the arcanists brought us back on course. She named the precise longitude and latitude of our location, even without using the sextant in the spare cabin. I wonder how she did that. Perhaps the world did look different in her eyes. Then when I was about to step on a random plank on the ship, she suddenly dragged me back. I thought it was only an inappropriate joke. But the next second, the plank broke. I was stunned, and as to how she saw that coming, she just answered me as if we were talking about the weather.
Because that plank is deformed like a rhombus.
What? I was confused. Where is the rhombus? She laughed.
The rhombus can't be seen with eyes. You shall close your eyes, hearken to the teaching of the Supreme Existence, and seize the moment of a flatus.
Of course, I didn't see anything. Nor did I understand what the moment of a flatus was. Perhaps it's just another privilege enjoyed by arcanists, just like their right to be lunatic. Nevertheless, she reached the correct conclusion in a completely wrong way. Is it really possible? Anyway, she saved my life. But that was not enough to settle the differences between us. She remained rejective to working with the Foundation, and I finally gave up on the attempt to persuade them. My mission on that trip was not to make contact with them. Besides, what we needed was builders of the storm observation system, not some liars who would only make things worse. As for the shelter they took from the storm, she wouldn't say a word, as if she were dealing with a spy who pried to find out the deepest secrets of the Arcanists. In the end, Hugh mediated between us. He gave me an address in Istanbul to which I could send the letters to contact them. After that, I spent more than half a year in the Egypt office. Things were even worse there than I expected. Some have gone missing after the storm. The people who were supposed to be in the Egypt office, according to the member list stored in the headquarters in 1985, were not there when I arrived. The situation could be caused by the limitations of the transmission of paper-based materials, or because the computer was not yet popularized to every corner of the globe at the time. One minor mistake of a copyist could develop into a huge difference. Besides that, The chaos inside Laplace was an even worse issue.
他没有写上他的名字。
I learned that someone published the paper Samplings of Global and Regional Chaotic Energy Route Changes in the name of Butterfly of Lorentz. Apparently, they secretly used our sampling sites, yet their research direction and conclusion were radically different from Laplace's. The researchers equally divided into two schools, one sticking to the human technology they have focused on, and one changing their direction to Arcanum. At the time, it was still too early to decide which direction was right, without sufficient experimental data. But many already believed that if time continued to be reversed, human technology would only keep falling into decline, while Arcanum, which relies on personal ability, would rise again. It's true that Gnosis cannot be copied, verified by an independent third party, or comprehended through reasoning. Its nature decides that it cannot lay the foundation of science or be popularized to every ordinary person. It takes solid marble to build a castle, not slippery sand. Even so, what harm will it do to rely on Arcanum when the underlying logic of all things has become unreasonable? Before the disagreement was settled, the storm in 1987 was predicted. We were ordered to return to the headquarters 24 hours before its arrival. But the prediction was not accomplished by Laplace. A captive from Manus Vindictae names the precise date of that storm. Our enemies, those lunatic xenophobes, valuing only pure blood, made it further than we did. Yes, we built observation stations, we made countless deductions, we developed multiple simulation models. We made efforts, we sacrificed life, we did whatever we could. Yet the result was that we didn't find any other regions immune to the storm, except the headquarters and another one in North America. In the end, 95% of the branch members were reversed, 87.9% of the equipment was destroyed, and 100% of our predictions failed. Ooh. In conclusion, our endeavor brought no achievements. As for the captive from Manus Vindictae, the delirium patient who claims that oracles flowed under his parietal bone, when we asked him how he learns the precise date of the storm, he burst into laughter.
Can't you hear it? Has God left you behind when he spread his grace?
Then, he smashed his own skull with a handcuff. Yes, there was no doubt. He was an incurable lunatic. But his insane nonsense was exactly the reason we survived the storm again. No matter how unreasonable or illogical it was, or how much a lie it sounded like. So we'd better believe we shouldn't go out in black today because the fish is swimming in the water. We'd better believe in the existence of the non-physical, everlasting, transcendent world where everyone's soul is a number. We'd better believe in the supreme existence which caused the disorder of time by merely casting its shadow. That means the life of individuals means nothing more than rubbish, and the world is but an imperfect ruin where only the chosen ones will pass the trial, where the rest will be eliminated by the rain. How am I supposed to do that? Finally, I made up my mind to write to her. I didn't expect her to answer my questions. All I wanted was to confirm if she had survived that storm. For the sake of our peaceful talk about the Rhombus. Yet what I heard from them was a simple announcement of her death.
She died.
With only 2 words. She died. Then it burned and turned to ashes in a second. On the same day, the first and only timekeeper who just took office, the 12-year-old child, returned alone from the storm. She told us the time in the outside world at that point. And that was how I knew she was right.
It is right in front of you.
If there is a God, why are you playing such a prank on us? After we had suffered from the collapse of all the existing orders and the failure of all the great laws. If this is what she calls a glimpse of the supreme existence, the moment of a flatus, do you have to present it in such a cruel way? The last 2 digits in the number of the year after that storm were exactly her name and her number. 77.
他妈妈37的妈妈是 77。
Incroyable! Incroyable! C'est vrai! Quelqu'un a vraiment fait cette prophétie! Martin and Sonetto will be thrilled to know what we found! Well done, Miss Sotheby! You performed as well as a formal investigator! We need to submit this report to your instructor immediately!
What are you doing in other people's rooms?
Who is he?
This is my personal item. You have no rights to take it. Please leave immediately.
Who is he?
A personal item? This is a precious record that should have been submitted to the Foundation. According to Administration and Regulations for Dispatch Personnel, St. Pavlov Foundation Decree number 259, every member of the Foundation, when acting as a field investigator, is required to create a comprehensive investigation report of all their actions and promptly submit it.
And they are obliged to ensure the authenticity, objectivity, and impartiality of the report. No personal bias is allowed in the content. If you have read this report, miss, you should know that it's not even qualified to be filed.
But this is an emergency!
I can tell from your uniform, you are a student of SPDM, or... This is Laplace. Do you have your guardian's approval to leave the school, Miss Underage Student?
Approval? I don't need that. I am not a student. You are talking to the exceptionally promoted monitor assistant of SPDM. Here is my ID. Did you just ignore a formal administrator of the Foundation? This monitor assistant will report every misbehavior of yours. Every little bit of them.
太不是。诶，不会是 Sophie？
Miss Moisson, we found that report here.
Oh!
The great Miss Buanish and I discovered some important information. I came to you and Madame Z immediately after we read it. Miss Buanish, why are you confronting Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair? What?
I didn't expect to see the second half of that report here in your room, Adler.
Adler?
Don't call me that, friend. Why not just call me Enigma? Just like everyone else. Relax. I know nicknames mean no harm. But I don't understand. How is a report filled with meaningless words of any concern to you, Madam Z?
It provides information about the Arcanist group Virgin is now dealing with.
大小姐不要吓人。
If
大小姐很聪明哎。
Please give it to me.
Of course. How can I turn down a request from Constantine's chief of staff? Take it away. I hope you don't mind the mold on it.
attention to your manners and do not bring disgrace to the computing center, Mr. Rude.
Mr. Who 真的很生气。
Ms. Buanish, Ms. Sotheby, you've done a great job. I'm sure what you have found would be of great help to Timekeeper. And I will report your active performance in this mission to SPDM as soon as possible, Ms. Buanish. We need to further analyze the files you found. The first on the scene could provide more detailed information. Let's get out of here.
Contribution exceptionnelle!
他真的很好拐骗欸。
No, no. Calme-toi, Mathilda.
怎么这么好拐骗啊？
I didn't accomplish it alone. Assistant Sotheby also played a significant role.
你是很懂，真的，真好骗的小孩，真的，好好拐骗哦。给他几颗糖，他就很开心的那个跑出去了。
We can start preparing the balloons and flowers for the twist ball.
莫桑老油条了，真的，他有说你们这两个。
This monitor assistant still needs to think about it. By the way, just call me Mathilda.
There will be no advance in human technology. You think so?
而且不会想独占。
Even thee, Madam Z, has given up on the study of theoretical physics and become a politician.
No, I've never thought of that.
I 我以为他们会再有更多的交流，至少让我知道那个人是谁吧？哇！记录员该不会是自己？啊，难怪他说下蛋，会吧 ？What？
I am astonished by the fact that you are interacting with others.
Oh, who?
They broke in.
If it was a complaint that you were making, you know it is within your rights to submit an interdepartmental complaint within 7 days after the incident.
等一下，我很疑惑。
Don't bother.
他已经全身上下都是钢铁，他为什么还要穿大衣啊
I didn't file it because it is a report against the rules. Why bother to submit such a log full of personal feelings and emotional behaviors to our great, rigorous foundation?
Is that so? I am gratified to find that you still have some sense.
还需要那报告做什么？哦。
I too am gratified that you still have no idea that I was being sarcastic.
Oh, that was sarcasm.
Never mind. What do you want from me, Madam Lucy? You went all the way to this dusty, rundown place so hurriedly that you even forgot to put on that pathetic mask. This is not because of some old files, I assume.
Certainly. I hope you can be the cryptographer of the Manus Vindictae's ritual. You are still the best.
Oh, me?
You are asking me, a human, to decode the ritual of a pureblood arcanist group? I don't see how I'll be helpful to this project.
You cannot evaluate your own level of being of value, Adler.
Well, you evaluate our value. Test us in experiments you set. Prove the hypotheses by exhaustion. Make mistakes and start all over again. You repeat the process like a roaring locomotive that pulls the research center out of this chaotic disaster. You question not what is ahead of you, nor whether the path you've taken will be regular or easy. The only idea you planted into your little brain is to move forward, to improve.
Thank you for your compliment. Credit goes to everyone.
That was not even a... Miss Mirgara. Guess you agree, a life without creativity is not worth living. And that's the life that I wake up to every day. I'm no longer the person you thought you came here for. I'll never be able to combine human technology and Arcanum. And I'll never comprehend even the slightest part of it. I am useless to you. I don't expect someone made of tin to understand the human mind. But I beg of you, leave me alone.
The work of analyzing the masks of Manus Vindictae did not go well. A side effect occurs in the researchers, and it is getting worse. The isolation wards on the basement level are overwhelmed.
Oh!
What a scene. Have you aborted the experiment?
Not yet. We have conducted the Arcanum imaging experiment on the masks, and found a component which also exists in the raindrops of the storm. But knowing what it is composed of does not help explain how it works. What we're looking for is the original ritual that the Manus cast on them.
You're trying to figure out one's career planning from one's physical examination report. I wonder why it is not working. Even if somehow you manage to find the original ritual, you still need a proper environment to test it, which is the outside world with a coming storm. That's why we can't tell if we're getting results. Even if we had the right ritual, proper permission from the Foundation to travel, and strong-minded volunteer subjects, experiments performed in the Ivory Tower won't succeed because...
An experiment about the storm can only be done in a storm. Glad to see your brain is not rusty yet. It only took you 3 sentences to draw the conclusion which took the seminar a week to reach. That proves you are capable of the project. The history maintenance team has forecast different critical points of this storm. Foundation investigators are on their way. If Manus Vindictae still plans to accelerate the storm, like what they have done in 1929, there will be a high possibility that their people will show up at the transformation point of history and society, also known as the critical point of time, the center of the storm. Your sister, Greta Hoffman, is also one of the investigators.
I have no interest in any Hoffmans other than myself. We have different perspectives.
It is okay. I am just here to inform you that if any of the investigators successfully send the information of the ritual back, the research about the immunity of the storm will be conducted immediately. Take your time and be mentally prepared. But once the storm alert is issued, we only have 24 hours to verify the feasibility of the ritual. I wish you will be fully prepared by then.
one thing is for sure now. The age of humans has come to an end.
Huh? 意思是之后都是神秘学家的世界是吗？
Thank you.
升级荒原 ，That's right。看起来要刷一下那个了，刷个丰收时令啊！
May the peace be with us. So long live this, and this is how to be.
另外一个活动，刷个城市应该就。还是场够了，没关系啊。反正他还可以去升级其他那个。另外一个活动不是说我破完主线5只9之后，可以继续建议才可以继续看，那个也是剧情吗？是吗？是另外的剧情吗？
Noble or lowly, his trumpet sound shall be punished. The judgment day has come. I know the meaning. This is an alien city.
Fight for the unarmed. Nice move.
Moment, now night.
我应该这个应该要那个重新配一下角色刷一下，这样子重复刷的时候会快一点。
Judgment day has come.
I will pray for you. Sorry.
Hey. What? 等一下。 有了，等一下，哎，我，哎，这面可以增加角色的亲密度，也是。Yes. Yes. Yes. 收集了好多新的那个哦，终于可以用了。诡谲的湖泊，魏秀凯的纪念之旗，蜿蜒河岸荒漠遗迹，绿野园圃。 这里还有海耶！诡谲的湖泊。这样，然后这样，回收。 可以，只是那个海的颜色不一样。升级可以多放2人，追求所以就优先放橘色跟黄色地。哦，它有差吗？橘色跟黄色地有差哦。我纯粹只是为了想要它好看而已，没有什么，没有想要奢求什么，我纯粹只是为了想要好看而已。我想要看到星星。然后烛火流水。好看很重要，好看非常的重要。这里应该会有另外一个才对啊，为什么没有？认真研究误区的，荒漠遗迹。湖畔密林，这里好像有一个，还湖畔密林。哦，这是那个纪念的那个旗帜哎，蜿蜒河畔，我是不是要放在这？哦，是了耶。荒原与古厅相连，不能回收开物。没有在管你的，没有在管他的。哦吼！然后它会有一个终点线，终点线应该不是这个，应该是你。 诡谲的湖泊感觉应该要丢去别的地方。哎，这里好了，充满了湖哎，这里。是这样吗？啊，这样。然后。先放这个，然后放这个，这样。诡谲的湖泊，新生之地，还有山，不是这个，荒漠与遗迹。晚上好，下课回来了，恭喜下课！更新后可以直接重新放一个新的，真的很不错。对啊。3米的平原，会，我来看一下有谁啊 ？The Neto。X， 它这里是有连起来的哟。这个呢？哦，有，这个连起来了。哦，原铝放上去，我可以中间送他一个琥珀吗？琥珀，这样好像也不错。然后。这个好像为什么？等下这个比较多是什么意思啊？这个可以增加这个比较多，是不是？这样我是不是应该把旗帜放一放会比较好啊？上线了哦。现在好像可以围3圈了。对啊，已经度过不少人生日了。没错，我们还可以再放角色，看一下哦。悟行者快满了，班尼也快满了，千玻璃也快满了 ，Jessica 还没有买37，婴儿兰，玛丽莲。噔，我们的荒原越来越热闹了呢。
Good child。
他的那个笑声也太可爱了吧！
Good timing. This is the vital part of my proof. You have brought me the Eureka. A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration.
获得素材，对不对？
A nice result. almost as precious as the number 1. First, an excellent result. I've always believed carbuncles have a better taste than most real numbers, because they know that a triangle is the strongest shape. A truly marvelous hypothesis. I hope the margin is wide enough to contain its demonstration.
这是新的星象，对不对？沉默与向往。啊，我应该先抽这个的，对不对？新的星象应该要先抽哎。
A truly marvelous hypothesis. Terrific.
意识到，可恶。
I already have a wonderful demonstration in my mind. It's an infinite plate of food that is always near your seat. Terrific. I already have a. 我是不是进入了另外一个坑？等一下。但是很麻烦，全部都是随机。37. Look.
等一下，这是不是3期的支线剧情？杀兽的记忆是3期的剧情。Oh my god！ 意味着正义与力量。
1, 2, 3.
他一下子给出的东西太丰盛了。数字并不是越大越好。如果是想要检验投资这场4是最合适的数字。那个抽奖抽到兔子有特殊对话，我有抽到兔子过了，但是我没有注意到它是特殊对话哎。
Does all this have any symbolic meaning? But...
蓝发女孩。
Sorry. That's all right. $37. I just think... But... But...
乌基里德，哦，我们熟悉的名字出来了，欧基里德。
Certainly.
这对一个文组的脑真的是，写下证明的人会死亡。
Certainly.
很逻辑，超级逻辑的耶！
But yeah.
Infinity.
Ah.
哦，他们真是完全不一样的人呢，好难以理解哦！数学的世界难以理解，太难以理解了。我们今天没有要看完那个莎莉的记忆，看完就不得了了。我们来把三七升一升好了，在结束之前，我们来把三七升一升。
You're back. Of course you are, because this place is the origin.
5小时了耶！对啊，刚刚那个是个意外，我没有想到进去之后，它剧情就直接开始了，哦，吓死人！
Oh, radio waves
Never hesitate.
How have you eaten?
我要来找东西。这次邮报要用到37哦，所以我要先把它升上去，对不对？没有问题。
His trumpets sound. The jumbling day has come.
Swallow my exhaust. Stay low profile. I don't want to be shunted to some practical.
这是深眠37加红弩，应该会很好打。是哦。那看起来就是我要把37先升上去吧。
You're back. Of course you are. Because this place is the origin.
37的星象要放什么呀？ 商店的专武抽奖的那一个啊，是哦，好吧，那我去抽那个好了。我们去抽那个先抽专属。哇，我没有发现，所以我刚刚都把它花掉了。且昨天也是，昨天先去抽了兔子了，我没有点到其他的。好了，我们今天把那个第5章剧情看完了，支线剧情也看完了呀呼，剩下就是打那个活动打一打，然后声眠打一打。3期的支线剧情我应该不会特地开台的时候跟大家看了，那个大家就自己看吧，因为它那个配音也比较少。应该自己看就可以了。我要去找东西吃了，大家辛苦啦！感谢陪我就是看剧情看到这么晚。没有吃饭的赶快去吃饭。祝大家有个好梦呀！明天100%不会开播。明天100%不会开播。明天我应该把那个这2天的那个第5章的剧情剪一剪，然后再上传上去，这样没有跟到台的人就看剧情就好了，不用看我们那个中间一直不断的那个跳掉那个画面。所以明天没有缘吗？没有啊，明天原定就是休息啊，我明天没有要开播。明天没有要开播，虽然我觉得有可能就是会有什么突发，但我依据我现在的那个懒惰程度，我觉得应该是不会有突发了。哦，就是这样，大家晚安，祝大家有个好梦。没意外，我们应该是周一才会相见。拜不，下次开台见啦，拜拜。
Oh. What?
Oh, 我忘了耶，拜拜。